How are we all doing? Give me just a couple more minutes and we'll be ready to get started. Also, fish should work now. Okay. How are we doing? I said to get some food before I get things started. Unfortunately, the fish is only a Twitch side thing. There is no way to connect it to YouTube, unfortunately. So, goal for today, let me change my monitor over, is we're going to talk about the update. Everybody keeps asking me about the update. Everybody's got a million questions about the update. Understandably so. So today we're going to talk about it ahead of the video, because a video will be out for it this month, or not this month, this week. But I want to actually sit down and talk about the update and the differences across consoles before that comes out. So like I said, I know a lot of people are wondering, people are trying to do their own stuff and having difficulties with it and wondering what works, what's not working, what's been changed, what's the same. And it's simple, but it's also a bit complicated. God forbid my Switch wants to actually work. There we go. I don't remember what I was doing. All right. Yeah. I was getting protocol footage. I remember now. All right. So currently, I'm still on. I mean, I'm on Switch 1. I do not have a Switch 2. And I'm still playing on 1.2.1. The reason for that is the first big point being that there really are no differences. 1.4 and 1.2.1 are effectively the same thing. As far as viable tech goes, nothing has been patched. That is like the first main thing to go over. There is a case of one specific glitch not necessarily working the same way anymore. For example, the glitch in question being hydro clipping. Sorry, I'm kind of eating as I go here. So you may have seen me, or seen the community post I made mentioning how it was currently thought that hydro clipping had been patched due to an inability to generate the lag needed to actually let us clip. We have since gotten confirmation, I believe this was from Jordan in the Speedrun Discord, got us direct confirmation that hydro clipping does actually work. It has not been patched. However, from what I understand, from what I read of all of that, it's not performed necessarily the same way that it was. If I remember correctly, I think you have to utilize P-Slot, which I know almost nobody in here is going to know what I'm talking about with that. That's fine. But all of that to say, the glitch is still in the game. It's just the means by which we need to generate the lag to perform it is a little bit different now. All that being said, hydro clipping is an unbelievably niche piece of tech. And for the average player, you don't really need to worry about hydro clipping because we just have more accessible ways of clipping in the first place. Because hydro clip on 1.2.1, let's face it, was just kind of bad. For those who are just coming in, you haven't missed much. The only thing that we've really gone over is what has and has not been patched between 1.2.1 and 1.4, which sounds like a lot to miss, except the real meat to that point is that nothing has been patched. As far as glitches go, 1.2.1 and 1.4.0 are effectively the same version. As I was just saying with hydro clipping, that is the only difference, but it is such a fringe case that it's not really that big of a deal. So that's why I'm on 1.2.1, because I haven't updated to 1.4. I'm probably not going to be updated to 1.4 for a little while because reasons. Hydro clipping seems on the surface to be less intimidating to learn for someone afraid of stuff like call tech, but it's so annoying to do properly. Yeah, it seems more approachable until I feel like on the surface, hydro clipping seems more approachable than something like SLD, but that will quickly break down after about 10 minutes of trying to generate remotely close to enough lag to actually clip, because it sucks. Hydro clipping was great on earlier versions with base, not base entanglement, with throwless storage. It made it significantly less, like, more painless. For an old Switch firmware, then yeah, that's why I'm not on 1.4, is because I'm not updating my firmware. I don't plan on updating my firmware until or rather, I'm not going to update my firmware officially unless Nintendo changes their EULA. I will get it updated on Homebrew eventually, but that's going to take a little bit longer. So that's the main meat of the subject. Across the versions, effectively nothing has been patched. If you don't care about hydro clipping, they are the literal same version. If you do care about hydro clipping, you've got a new process to learn. Beyond that, the next big thing to talk about is the Switch 2 edition. I'm not going to be able to speak too much personally and directly on like added features like the Zelda Note stuff and item transfer. I know a little bit of that. Black Mars is in the chat, so I'm sure he will help clarify things with that. But the main thing with the Switch 2, and it feels like something that doesn't need to be said, but I have learned that it's something that does need to be said, any glitch that you are doing are, first and foremost, on the Switch 2, the glitches do work. There has been no patching between consoles. So if you could do it on Switch 1, chances are you could do it on Switch 2. The only difference there, like the only exception there, is forcing a Panic Blood Moon. Because of the increased performance of the console, we cannot overload the temp memory enough to force a Blood Moon to happen. So that's just gone. Unfortunately, that's completely gone. I'm actually glad you mentioned that, Link. I can do one of the things that I can say about item transfer, and I will immediately ruin everybody's hopes and dreams. You cannot transfer the MSG. It does not work. The item doesn't make it. If I'm remembering correctly, you get an error. That was one of the first things that people tried. Opal multi-shot bow method still works on Switch 2? Wait, what? Okay, that's news to me. Okay, just not move. Okay, that's interesting. I hadn't heard that. I had been hearing that all forcing blood moons just doesn't work. All right, so if you're on Switch 2, try the Opal method. So that, like I said, I'm not 100% on, not 100% on that. This is information that I have seen and heard. So if you do have the Switch 2 edition of the game, try the Opal method. If you don't know what the Opal method is, scroll back in my video history. I have one for it. Most performance-based stuff is gone. So forced Blood Moon with Moob overload, texture tearing, etc. Unless you can force it by combining it with something else. Yeah, it would be nice to find out if the Opal one does just like confirmed work, because that would be incredibly useful. Because I'm pretty sure I can safely say that is how the majority of casual players are using, are forcing Blood Moons. So, back to the console differences. I did day 1, works the same. I did 3 shots with a 5-time bow, and I think that was too much. Okay, so you'll probably have to do a couple more shots. Yeah, that's one of the ones that I'm specifically going to be highlighting here, because I have been putting out entanglement fires all weekend. Like, I have spent countable hours over the last few days explaining to people why FSFE is so much more difficult now, and why it feels like it doesn't work. Which actually very smoothly leads me back into what I was saying about the differences between Switch 1 and Switch 2. While the tech is still there, like Armindo said, anything that super heavily relies on overloading the game is gone. So most Moob overload based tech is gone like that. Zuggle overload, that being said, from what I understand, Zuggle overload still works. Anything that's like memory overload based. Zuggle overload is a different kind of overload. But the biggest difference with them still being here, the big difference is going to be that any input you make that relies on specific timing or like a certain timing window, especially glitches that were frame perfect, are now going to be mathematically 2 times harder to perform than they were on the Switch 1. That is the most important part, and this is what I have spent the last 3 days explaining to people in comments. Because the original game runs on 60 FPS, and the Switch 2 edition runs on, or the original game runs on 30 FPS, and the Switch 2 edition runs on 60 FPS, the game is running at 2 times the speed of the original, which means, I mean, 30 to 60, it's double the frames, so a frame perfect input on 30 FPS, you have a 30th of a second to hit it correctly. Like, your window to hit it in the right time is a 30th of a second. On 60 FPS, it's now a 60th of a second. So it's not that it's twice as frame perfect, it's just that the frame that you need to hit is now going by twice as fast because there's twice as many frames being processed. Or being shown. Like, it's running through double the frames, so the one that you have to hit comes by faster. Think of it this way. It's like standing on the side of a highway, and like, just for the sake of argument, let's say you're standing on the side of the highway and you're trying to throw a rock at a car. If the car is coming 30 miles an hour, then the window that you have to hit that car before it goes past is not as small. You know, it's pretty decent. If that car is going 60 miles an hour, the amount of time that it's going to spend in front of you, the amount of time you will have to be able to hit it with that rock is going to be cut in half because it's moving twice as fast. It's like, it's the same concept here. Because the game is running at 2 times the speed and it's utilizing twice the amount of frames, the frame that you have to hit is just coming faster. So the timing is just twice as tight. That's like the most important thing to keep in mind between the Switch 1 and the Switch 2. A lot of glitches are going to feel like they don't work because of that. But I promise you, 99.99% of the time, chances are that glitch does work and it is just user error. It's a tough pill, but that is the case. 60 FPS is very, very hard for a lot of the glitches that we use in this game. Now, while all the glitches work, that's not to say that there aren't some consequences of the increased performance. As I was saying earlier, FSFE, Fuse Storage Fuse Entanglement, is much less approachable. Excuse me, much less approachable now. The frame rate increase, all of the, these were fairly tight timing windows in the first place. They were easy to get used to, but objectively they were fairly tight timing windows, so them being half the time is a massive change. But a consequence of the increased frame rate, if I'm not mistaken, someone will correct me if I am, is that it affects the amount of time that Link will be culled when we're playing with cull tech, which makes some methods of certain glitches, in this case fuse storage, much less viable and significantly less consistent. Get you out of my way. So, for those who are familiar with Fuse Entanglement on current version, it's been a while. Give me a minute, I gotta remember my buttons. Specifically, those who have learned FSFE from me, you're familiar with the fact of there being 2 primary methods that I show off, being using the memory method and the no memory method, as I always refer to them. So the no memory method, the one that I was preaching constantly as the one to learn, let me try that again. It's been over a month since I've done this. Right there, that method where you press L and B to kind of pump fuse, hit your button, watch a memory. Typical no memory method of fuse storage. And then, we go in. In this case, this is cold fuse specifically, but that method there, where we do the, the whole fuse pumping thing. This whole method. This, much to my disappointment, is no longer reliable and very barely viable. The timing window for this is miserable, and even if you're getting it from everything I've heard, it is nowhere near consistent in its performance. I have heard exclusively the worst horror stories about people trying to attempt the no memory method for fuse storage. Oh, you're telling me I missed the shit out of Quick Smuggle. I didn't even have access to 1.2.0 on my Switch when I found that thing. So, like, I found it and I never even got to enjoy it. Only person who can get that consistently is Frame Perfect George. Yes, thank you. That is a good clarification. The part that I'm doing without memories is specifically fuse storage. I refer to it like together, grouped in, like as a whole under FSFE, because that's how most people like that's how most casual players who are using this, who know of this, like understand it as. They understand that first part as the first half of FSFE, and less so fully understand the separation of the fact that FSFE is two different glitches. It is just colloquially one because it's a combined process. But yeah, this is the big thing to highlight, especially since most of the interest with Switch 2 coming out is people wanting to duplicate stuff, which means most people are finding their way toward BID, which means that they need to be able to do fuse entanglement. Yes, you can walk forward and use the rune menu to buffer. There is a strat that uses recall to pause the call, so that way you can get a little better control of your frames. I never really learned that one because, in my opinion, it felt less accessible than the two methods that I do usually highlight. Like, it seemed like the kind of process that was much more difficult for the average player, whereas the memory and no memory method that I do show for fuse storage feels more approachable. Yeah, people have been having there have been growing pains with BID. That is the main focus of those fires that I've been putting out, because my my most recent item dupes video has been going off lately with all the with the Switch 2 release. So a lot of people have been coming in there because, I mean, I updated the title to say that it works on Switch 2 because it does. We have full confirmation. We know that this stuff works. It's just, people need to understand that it is just harder. All right, getting off track. So, that being said, while the no memory method is kind of just rough, doesn't really work super well for us, the memory method has, from what I have seen and heard, more or less become the simple replacement for that. It is, I will not lie to you, it is a bitch to hit that timing. It is hard, but it will be more reliable than the no memory, the BL method. I need to remember. I haven't done this. Is this one memory or two memories before the input? Wonderboy tested one of the alternative memoryless storage methods, and it seems to be consistent. Not sure about easy, though. Oh. One, okay. Just wanted to confirm, because, like, even in the last video, even in the protocol video where I went over this, I didn't go over the memory method, which, like, hindsight, oof. Well, like, yeah. That was the whole reason I didn't go over it, is because Timber had already done that.
Charged Robert's battery.
So now, it's just the fun of trying to time the memory method. This is, for the time being, this is going to be how you're going to be trying to do entanglement. As far as FSFE goes, like, if you're using existing resources, for the time being, this is the method that you're going to be using. Having now heard that Winterboy's got a consistent setup for another no memory method for storage, that is something that I will definitely be looking into and will more than likely put out a video on. But like, even at 30 FPS, I'm not good at this. I'm not good at the timing. Because it is a tight window. I don't... How many frames is this? Is it 2 frames or 1? I want to say it's 2, but I'm not positive. There it goes. There it doesn't go. Yeah, I never really learned the recall method. Fuse pumping was always comfortable enough for me. That felt good. Using recall definitely makes it much faster. But it was never comfortable for me. Oof. Somehow consistent with the memory method timing, which is free because I suck at it. Yeah, this is... I'm not good at this. I'm not going to try and pretend that I'm good at the memory method. There's a reason I try and do everything in my power to not directly cover it. And anytime I do, I use the oldest footage that I already have. Come on. Why talk high? Why? It's my memory don't overload with Opal 5 shot, not even switch to, just to switch light. Eh? Are you hitting destructible rocks? Either or, I'm just trying to get a proper I'm trying to get a proper fuse storage right now for the sake of demonstration. And I'm not great at it. I mean, on Switch 1, you should only need to shoot one 5-shot Opal. Was that it? That might have been it. I have a much harder time telling with this method. Nope.
I thought it was 1 memory, followed by 2.
Oh, is it 2? Well, I mean, that wasn't good. Whatever this new consistent method is, I'm going to end up having to learn that one. Which I'm assuming probably takes advantage of recall. That was good. Yeah, exactly. This is why I don't like the memory method either. Okay, maybe it was 2. Maybe that is what it was. So yeah, that's the method that... That's the method that you're going to more or less have to be using for now on Switch 2, as far as fuse entanglement goes. for the sake of people's convenience, I'm more than likely going to, if I don't put this up on the main channel, because I probably won't put this VOD up on the main channel just because YouTube and their copyright shit whenever music is involved, I will probably put this VOD up on the VOD's channel, so that way people can, like, I mean, come back and see this before the video's out, rewatch this before the video's out. This week I will be putting out a video that's talking about all of the changes and differences as far as the update and the Switch 2 edition of the game goes. This is just kind of like a precursor to that. This is just so that way I can give you guys some information before that video is out, because that's probably, given that today is Monday, that's probably going to be out closer to the middle or the end of the week. Probably, I'm thinking probably Thursday, ideally, if schedule works out well. That'll probably be out by Thursday. What else? What else did I want to talk about? There's something else I wanted to bring up too, or I can't remember. So the Zelda Notes stuff, the added features of the Switch 2 edition. Obviously, the thing that everybody is interested in is transferring items from one console to the next. Specifically, everybody is interested in trying to transfer an MSG. Everybody is real keen on the idea of being able to trade MSGs, so that way they can just look for someone giving them out instead of have to go and do it themselves, because it's not the simplest of processes. So I'm going to burst the bubble already for you immediately right off the bat. You cannot transfer your MSG. It will not go through. You will get an error. It cannot be sent from one to the other. As far as we know about the state of glitch capability between Switch 1 and Switch 2, it should be entirely possible to go and get the MSG on the Switch 2 edition. I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. But like with what we do know about the apparent consistency of glitches between Switch 1 between Switch 1 and Switch 2 editions, you should be able to go and get the MSG on the Switch 2 version. Like, you should be able to go and do that process and it should work fine. It's gonna be much harder. It's gonna definitely be much harder. But it should still all work. But there is gonna be no services of people giving away free MSGs. That ain't gonna happen. Ain't no one gonna be setting up Hyrule's the Hyrule fucking Chinese restaurant where they're just handing MSG out the door. That future is not in our that future is not in our future. Well, because the reason I say it should work just fine, we don't have direct confirmation, but it's one of those things where, based off of what we know does work, we can presume, or at least heavily infer, that it should work. That being said, could the extra manual save slot be useful for anything? The immediate knee-jerk reaction is possibly zuggling, but it entirely depends on how the game handles those separate save slots. And maybe even a little beyond that, how exactly a zuggled item is handled as far as the the game's code is concerned. That being said, I'm sure people have already tried juggling things across save slots. I just haven't heard any reports as far as that goes. Already did that, juggle the torch into a new save slot. Okay, I had a feeling. Ping joined the method and Winterboy saying it seemed consistent on Switch too. Ooh, let's take a look. Where am I looking? That's where I'm looking. Ooh, I've got 2 dudes. Okay. Let's take a peek, see. Oh, that's right. I was looking at this earlier today. What is that? What is, bro? What is that storage? What? Is that just face away, switch to fuse, turn around, mash the input? You time it. I don't know why I'm doing that this way. I was gonna say, if that was it, Jesus. What am I missing on this? What am I not noticing? It's on the line and then it's just a turnaround pull. What is that input? The input is like the same. Is there a turnaround in there or is the input turning around? No, it's definitely not. There's a turnaround in there. That's gonna be fun to learn. That felt good. Nice. Okay. All right, mashing does not seem like it's going to work. I mean, actually, it might. Mashing might actually work. So right now, what we're doing is, for those who've come in or have no idea what's going on, we're testing out a new method or another method for fuse storage in the interest of fuse entanglement that presumably, oh my god, that's so, yeah, once you get that, oh my god, that is supposedly consistent for Switch 2 compared to other fuse storage methods that are far more viable and less friendly to deal with. So far, this is something. You can just mash that. As long as you're not, like... It's gonna sound weird this way, because that doesn't actually make direct sense, but, like, if you're not somehow too fast on the turnaround, mashing Y works. But if you're fast on the turnaround, mashing Y doesn't work. And I know that's a terrible way to explain that because those words don't correlate well in this context, but that is the only way I can explain it. So I'm actually very glad that you mentioned that, God. Thank you, God. Because that is another interesting point about 1.4.0. I wasn't actually, I wasn't entirely correct when I said that these games are, that these versions are functionally the same as far as 1.2.1 and 1.4.0 go. In fact, there has been more than zero originally 1.0.0 glitches that have been found to be working on 1.4.0. I believe I've heard of 2 that are confirmed working that were originally 1.0 exclusive glitches that now also work only on 1.4 outside of 1.0. Not to get anyone's hopes up, but that does technically mean that there could be potential for other 1.0 exclusive tech to poke its head through on 1.4. I would not bet too heavily on it, but that we found one of them was a really weird case of stuff aligning perfectly in the worst way possible. Okay, so exactly exactly toward my point. I wouldn't get your hopes up too high, but you could technically say that there is a possibility. Apparently it was just not well checked. Oh, what, does it work on other versions then? Oh, we may have had most chance of that completely debunked right here, actually. Because this is all new to me. I hadn't heard about updates on those. Durability minuses all versions we just didn't notice. Damn. Damn, dude. Unfortunate. 1.4 was just an excuse to figure it out. Durability minus was the worst one to work properly since it was just detrimental. Yeah, fair. I would say that is the thing, though. If you want Prologue Link on 1.4, you can have that. You just have to go back to the version that it works on, and then bring him with you. Yeah, I'm finishing my food real quick. I got one little nuggie left. Quit telling everyone I'm dead. If you listen closely, you can still hear his voice in the distance. I'm viable. Hey, well, whoa. Excuse that. How you doing, glitch test? That food was occupying more of my mouth than I had anticipated. I forgot to plug this in. All right. Okay. Back to what we were doing here. Yeah, this is... I honestly, I kind of wager to say that this is the most consistent fuse storage method I have ever played with. Like, this works just... When this works right, this just works better than fuse pumping. Like, this is just good. Make no mistake, this is going to be... I mean, we talked about it mathematically. It's going to be 2 times harder to do on the Switch 2. But the word that it is consistent, I can see that. I could believe it. Because this feels real consistent. Yeah, everybody in chat who on Switch 2 who wants any form of potentially consistent fuse storage method should be thanking Yi in the chat right now for showing us this. Yeah, this is like, this method is so very, it helps when you do the thing right. Okay. You get out of here. You're a problem causer. So now the thing that I would like to test is how this works with shields. Because the caveat to this is that supposedly it's more consistent with weapons. Quick questions. When setting the game back to 1.0, do I lose everything and start over with no save file? When setting the game back to 1.0, you lose everything on your Switch. I will, since we just talked about going back to 1.0, I will briefly explain. If you revert your Tears of the Kingdom to 1.0, as hopefully everybody knows, words are tough today. As hopefully everybody knows, the only way to get back to 1.0 is with a physical copy of the game. If you are digital, you will not be able to revert your version no matter what. Unless you have Homebrew, not going to work. Homebrew is modded, before anybody asks. If you do have the physical version, the only way that you can go back to version 1.0 for Tears of the Kingdom is if you reinitialize your Switch. Reinitialize is Nintendo jargon. Reinitialize is Nintendo jargon for reformat. Reformat means delete everything off of the memory and storage, or off of the storage devices, all saved memory, and reset that system back to its factory settings as if it came out the box. When you do that, you go in, you will disable auto updates, and then that will let you maintain 1.0. Yeah, I was also seeing that, plus pause buffering is too slow. Yeah, the only thing that you can save when reformatting your Switch to go back to 1.0 is save files. Can't delete the game and all files. Yeah, the update files for games are stored outside of the game data. They're not, if you delete the game, the update doesn't get deleted with it. It would be wonderful if that was how that worked, but we would need the ability to just to delete the storage cache. I've watched all the culling videos multiple times, but my pigeon brain still can't process why this works and why you need to do it to do most of the glitching. Yeah, like if you have NSO, you can use cloud save to back up most save data. If you play Animal Crossing or any Pokemon game, then rip your island and your mons. Hopefully you have Pokebank or Pokemon Home, whatever the hell it is on Switch. I don't remember. It's always confusing. Most games, if you have NSO, you can back up save data, so you won't lose all save data. But everything else will get completely deleted for it. So it is always the question of, is 1.0 that worth it to you? Outside of that, only way that you can revert is if you have a modded Switch and homebrew running on it. Like, I can jump between any version that I want at will, but that's because I'm modded. Yes, the Switch 2 has already partially been exploited. The fact that someone has managed to get that moving square on the screen is huge, and it is a first step, but it is not the same as fully it's just not fully exploited yet. You back up your game to a separate cloud if you have NSO. It's just frustrating design that Nintendo has to okay the save backup being allowed to be downloaded since it's supposed to be for your... If you switch... Yeah, that's the stupid thing.
Oh my god, I can't read.
Like, you could technically back it up, but, like, it's only for, like, if my Switch is broken, which is freaking stupid. Let's back up the island. Thanks for the follow, Lufimio. Yeah, Switch 2 hacking is only on, like, step 1 of 87. And that's being generous. I was just going to mention that. Yeah, somebody got a Switch 2 with in-house firmware. With, like, with the default firmware that it's not supposed to have. And I'm very, very curious who is going to end up with that. I'm personally curious to know how much someone's going to... yes, the factory debug. Thank you. I couldn't remember the term for it. Oh, someone already did bought it? Someone already bought it. Someone already did buy it? Do we know how much? Hold on. Because that's what I want to know, is how much that's going to sell for. I don't want to know about the Switch 2 sales. I don't know. I can't find anything on that. That is an impossible search. Someone at GBA Temp bought it. That tracks. That sounds about right. I think I'm starting to see why this isn't so viable for shields. Or as reliant for shields. But I mean, to be fair, most of the things that you need to do entanglement or cold fusion for, you can do it with a weapon to the same effect. Maybe I just need to be a little further. No, that just seems to fully fuse for shield for some reason. For answering questions on version differences, I have a Switch 2 and was having difficulty reproducing one of the duplications on version 1.4.0. I'm gonna, like, mind reader swami this shit. You're trying to do BID, and you cannot get the steering stick to entangle to your base item so you can set up the cult, right? Have day one Switch 1. I should mod it, but I don't want to get banned. If you don't connect it, if you do it right, you are not going to get banned.
Around, but I'd what the heckety heck it means.
I heard the term throken thrown around, but I don't know what the heckety heck it means. It's... I mean, all I can tell you is that it's a fairly newer piece of tech. I haven't really looked into it myself. However, there are a few people in here that are perfect to explain it. Such as Winterboy right there. Glitch that's useful on 1.0. Doesn't really do much on 1.4 right now. Yeah, I mean, I personally, I still don't even know what Throken really does. I had been seeing it get tossed around, but I was in the middle of working on Portical. So again, for people who have come in since I have mentioned it, or like those who have come in and are worried about having missed important information. It probably won't be on this channel, but after this stream, I will be putting this VOD up on my VOD channel, so that way there is some sort of resource before the video comes out talking about these things. So if you're worried that I talked about something that you wanted to know and you missed it, okay, hold on, no, this does work on shields. I mean, it obviously works on shields, but maybe it's not as inconsistent. I think you might just have to be a little bit further away to make sure that it gets the cull. No, I'm turning around too fast, is what it is. There's a change there that lets it work, and I think it's the speed at which you turn around. Maybe you can just swap slot 1 and 2 with checkpoint or JK. What is JKSV? I feel like I probably know that, but my brain's pulling a blank here on the acronym. Yikes. Yeah, no, I'm on Switch 1. This is... I probably should further clarify for people who weren't here when I specified that. What you are currently watching is Switch 1 version 1.2.1, because outside of improved FPS, it's effectively the same thing. I just don't have a Switch 1, and I don't feel like setting up my emulator right now. But yeah, the issues that I'm having where I'm not... or where I'm turning around too fast, that's not going to be an issue on Switch 2. You don't have the extra time that I have to be able to turn around too fast. Okay, so it just it's a checkpoint. A checkpoint type program. Okay. Oh, we talk about 3DS modding. Bro, I've got 2 modded 3DSs. It's great. I got an original XL, the Link Between Worlds one, actually, the black and gold one with the Triforce, and I've got the black like Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon Pokemon new 3DS XL, which reminds me I need to look more into how to stream that, because you could do that with new 3DS. It would be cool if we could play 3DS games on stream. So, to actually explain what I've been doing here, instead of just, like, mindlessly going over it. So, it's setting up fuse storage as usual. You know, you get over the line into the outer margin. And then, while facing away, it's important that you face away. Highlight fuse, and then as you, like, after you release it, you need to push forward to turn Link around and hit the button to fuse to, in this case, particularly a weapon, because it does seem like it's going to be more consistent, at least as far as this testing. And if you're not too close or too fast on your turnaround, that won't happen. And so far, the easy Q seems to be, like down at the bottom where it's Y for Scimitar of the 7. When you press that, how it would normally flash when it gets hit. If you watch for that, if you see that on your weapon, it seems to be a really good indicator that you have gotten it. No, maybe that wasn't a shield issue. Maybe that was just confirmation bias, and I'm just sucking at this now. Like that. Yeah, that is very much an important distinction. It is a tap forward or like a light push forward and not a hold forward. Never booted Atmosphere on Sysnan, but from what I've heard, just JKSV shouldn't get me banned except for some. I mean, if you don't want to risk it, then I just wouldn't ever boot Atmosphere on System NAND. Like, the way I see it, there's... Unless you're, like... I mean, literally, unless you're trying to use this stuff in, like, online lobbies, which is a bad idea, then there's no real reason not to set up Emunan. I like this. I like this method. This is a nice method. I can pretty much confirm that I'm most likely going to... Okay, neato. Can I... What are the odds that I can get this to 60 FPS? Make my own Switch 2 edition. Not really. I can get to 42. We can at least see what it's like at 42 FPS. Oh, that's interesting. Max, I found a bug. Max, I found a bug. Yeah, once upon a time, you get a an unpatched Model 1 Switch for like 120 bucks. Alright, so this is going to look funky because my screen's getting blacked out when I open that up, but... It's probably going to get annoying to look at soon. Yeah, you have to use overclocking to get 60 FPS on this. Like, I'll have to boot it up on emulator. Yeah, that's, I don't know, that's just kind of weird to try and... Uh-oh. I lost control. Hang on. I lost control of the game. I can't make inputs. I made an oops. I made a big oops. I might actually need to close and reopen the game. That's how big of an oops that was. Shit. Alright, yeah, no, we made an oops. I accidentally opened the overlay in a menu. You don't want to do that. Is there a faster way to do MSG not found? Like, what's the best method? The best methods are going to be either my video or El Duende 05's videos, realistically. If you're on Switch 1, I mean, if you're on Switch 1, it's just, it is what it is. If you're on Switch 2, fucking Godspeed, little doodle. Good luck. Yeah, Yeah, as far as best method, it depends on what you know. If you're comfortable with FSFE tech, then use Duende's method. If you're comfortable with Mineru-based entanglement tech, then use my video. It'll save you half the runtime if you know it. But that's the real difference. Duende's is more approachable because he uses more accessible methods. He uses simpler methods. But his video is longer because of it. If you know more advanced tech, then you can use mine, and my video is shorter as a result of it. Hey, Froggy, how you doing? That would be my recommendation. I realistically would not recommend using anybody else's guides, really. I really wouldn't. I've spent so much time problem solving for people using other people's guides that I wouldn't recommend it at this point. If not mine, Duende's, because I can 100% personally vouch for the quality of Duende's video. Duende does good stuff. He knows what he's talking about. You can trust that Duende knows what he's talking about. Oh yeah, we don't like that name around here. Yeah, no problem. Documenting Zelda glitches online, some of the clearest and thorough documentation. That is the goal. That is very much it's very much the goal. I mean, I've talked about it a few times before, but like the whole reason that I started doing what I do is because when Tears of the Kingdom came out and I was playing it and I was looking at videos that other people were putting out for glitches, I very quickly started realizing that every single person I saw talking about and showing how to do these glitches very, very clearly didn't actually know what they were talking about. They didn't understand a word of what they were saying, and it was just parroting what they had seen. It was like, for lack of a better term, quite literally monkey see, monkey do. I saw this person do it, so I'm going to show you how to, what they did. But they very clearly don't know what they're actually covering. They don't know how any of this stuff works. And like, for a lot of people, that's not really the biggest deal. It's not, the end of the world if the person who's making the video doesn't really understand how everything works. They just do the, watch the video, do the glitch works fine. It's when people run it, it's when the people that have trouble with it come into play that it starts to matter that you know what you're talking about. Because if someone runs into an issue going through the process, the first thing that they're going to do is go down into the comments and be like, hey, this didn't work for me, or this happened and I couldn't get it to work. How do I fix this? What's going on? And just someone who doesn't actually understand, they're not able to provide that help. So like when I was watching these videos, I was very specifically, it started with like, how to get the MSG, how to, upgrade the MSG with WST and all that stuff before, most people knew it as WST. God damn it. My game crashed. I knew that would happen, and I forgot about it. Or rather, I should have known that would happen, and I forgot about it. That was my fault. I know not to open that overlay there. I know that's a bad idea. But yeah, so like in the process of even like just those two things of like getting the MSG and trying to upgrade it, like I kept running into so many different results. Then for context, if you've seen my original upgrade the MSG video, the one with the whole sticks, dropping the sticks against the wall thing, that was the method that I was trying to use because that was the method that we had for that back in the day. And the video that I was watching, I'll even tell you who it was from. It was from Blaine's. The video I was watching, he just showed, all right, you do this, and, it works. There you go. And, like, I didn't, I was trying to do it, and it didn't work for me. I was running into different results than I was seeing in the video. And there was no mention of, you know, this could happen and what do you do if this happens? You know, nothing like that. So I was just getting these different results and I was like, all right, well, I need to try and mess around with some things and maybe, you know, see if I can figure it out. And the next thing I knew, what I now know, I ended up accidentally achieving what I now know was a desync, and I was like duping weapons, and it's like, how do I how am I getting weapon dupes out of this? I'm supposed to be upgrading a weapon. Like, how am I duplicating items out of this? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And I was like, that specific thing right there is kind of like what hit me with it. Because I'm watching this video on how to upgrade my MSG, and I'm winding up with duplicated weapons, and you didn't say a word about that in this video? Bro, if that were me, I would be talking about the fact that you'd be duplicating the friggin' weapon. Why aren't we talking about duplicating the weapon? Like, why has this not been mentioned? Like, so like, then I just like went on this mini crusade, leaving the most over detailed comments on these videos about how like, actually this isn't right. This is completely wrong. This is actually what this is doing. And this is how this actually works. And this thing that you were saying, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but this is how that's working. And it eventually just reached a point where I was so fed up with every video that I was finding, just not knowing what they were talking about. And like getting so tired of being the one to go in and correct all of this information that I just started doing it myself. I was like, screw it, I can make videos better than these. In fact, there was a reply that someone left on one of my comments on a video, on like someone else's video, and they're like, hey, can you make a video real quick? I just kind of sat there and I thought about it, and I'm like, I mean, I do have a capture card. I bought a capture card to record speedruns. I'm like, I do have a mic. Yeah, I suppose I could just make a video real quick. And here we are. All right, now I need to set the weather because I don't want to deal with this. Time stuff is what I was looking for in here, but I couldn't see. Pause time, set time. Yeah, no, that is incredibly patched. Ultra Broken was patched in 1.1.0. Ultra Broken is a 1.0 exclusive. As far as I recall, it was a 1.0 exclusive. I could very easily be getting myself mixed up and confused in there, but like... Wait, what? Wacko Boingo worked up to 1.1.2? Where did I get that from then? There's a 100% Zelda video on SLD. It's like 2 years old where they get Zuggled by accident. How the hell do you get Zuggled by accident? Is this the dupe glitch, the one you're about to do? What about dupe glitch? Hold on. Oh, hey Numi. I didn't realize you were genuinely being serious. Yeah, no, there's been effectively no patches between 1.2.1 and 1.4. If it worked on 1.2.1, it'll work on 1.4. If you're on Switch 2, they will all still work. They're just going to be twice as hard to actually hit the correct timings. Infinite Pocket Rocket can be made on 1.2.1. It's just very, very involved. And yes, Wacko Boingo and Ultra Broken are the same thing. Oh no, there are infinite Pocket Rocket. You underestimate how many methods of Pocket Rocket we have. Let me put it this way. If I were to put out a video only talking about pocket rocket methods and the different types of pocket rocket on 1.2.1, that video would be no less than an hour long. Does Breath of the Wild still work with 3D Labo VR glasses? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. Do you think they'll add an actual DLC to Tears of the Kingdom? No. No. God, no. God, no. I would be disappointed if they did. I would be upset if they did. Any DLC, any resources that they would or would have to put toward making a DLC for this game is resources that should and would be better used working on the next Zelda. With just standard, regular old run-of-the-mill pocket rocket, yeah, the rocket will run out on any version other than 1.0, but we do absolutely have significantly more involved and complex and versatile methods of pocket rocket that do make them unlimited. Durability plus on your Master Sword is a waste. Let me put it this way. If Nintendo ever had any plans of adding more content to this game, it would have come with the Switch 2 upgrade. Let me ask you, after paying $20 for the Switch 2 edition upgrade, would you be willing to pay another $20 for a DLC now? Would you be willing to turn that game into a $110 purchase? That's in cave, and I know names are reversed and stuff. Anything important there? Wait, what? Oh, it's 10? Either way. Either way. Anybody really be eager to turn that game into a $100 game? I mean, yeah, sure, but like, you already know what you're saying. You already know what you're saying by giving that condition. When was the last time any DLC was actually worth the price, like a fucking Witcher DLC or a Borderlands 2 DLC? And yes, exactly my point. No. Everybody has already paid enough for the last 2 Zelda games. Nobody would be on board with spending $20 after paying for an upgrade to the Switch 2 version to get DLC content. Especially if it looked anything like the DLC content from Breath of the Wild, it would be a flop. Everybody just wants a new game. I was actually talking to Timber about this last night. Because like we ended up on the conversation about like the price of Tears of the Kingdom and like opinions on the price of Tears of the Kingdom. And like, I feel like it's not divisive to say them choosing to randomly charge $70 for Tears of the Kingdom and no other game was weird and it felt completely unnecessary. But even if like tomorrow Nintendo were to come out and say that, hey, the reason that Tears of the Kingdom took 6 years to develop, the same amount of time as Breath of the Wild, even though we reused a shit ton of assets, let's be honest. The reason for that is because we had fractioned off a smaller portion of our development team to work on this game for the last 6 years, while the bulk of our production team has been working on the next installment in the franchise the entire time in parallel. And the reason that Tears of the Kingdom is a $70 game is so that way it can help to further fund and increase the production speed of the next Zelda game. If they were to come out tomorrow and say that, retroactively, I would be beyond okay with having paid $70 for Tears of the Kingdom. Like, if I just knew that they had been working on this stuff and that's why they reused all of these assets, is so that way they could also be working on the next new installment, I feel like it would clear a lot of like the negativity around a lot of things. Pay $200 for the Breath of the Wild Take Pair Edition where they flow into each other and you get a cozy time skip DLC where you just rebuild Hyrule in the middle. I mean, you say that joking, but like that wouldn't be bad minus the $200 price tag. Yeah, that's the thing is it would definitely be fueling something else. Have they added a Latin dub yet? Have no idea. Have you ever 100% taught K without cheats? I haven't 100% taught K with cheats. You see that 52.96% in the bottom? That's the furthest it's ever gone. I have nowhere near in a remote interest in 100%ing this game. That is so much busy work. And I don't like this game enough as a casual player to do that. I love this game as far as glitch tech and breaking it goes. I don't love it playing it casually. I'm not the target demographic for this game's casual audience. That's how I've come to describe my feelings on this game, because I've not been shy about the fact that I do not love Tears of the Kingdom. But like that is through the lens of as just playing it as a game in the interest of playing a video game. It's not the game that I would play. In most cases, it's not the game that I would play, and I recognize it's because I'm not the demographic for this game. The reason I do play it when I do, and the reason I still make content around it, is because what we can do with glitches in this game, and just the capability and functionality and the freedom that we have with glitches in this game, is an entirely separate experience. It is so detached from the casual actual gameplay experience of this game that it's its own. It basically feels like an entirely separate game. Main quest, I mean, was that playing as Nintendo? It's not great. Breaking and messing around is super fun though. Yeah. I mean, God Christ, I could go on for literal hours about my personal issues with this game. Do you know if there will be another Breath of the Wild / Take storyline game? If Nintendo can believe, then... If they can be believed, then my God, I hope they can. According to them, if I'm remembering correctly, they said that they were done with this. That with Tears of the Kingdom, they were done with this. They were done with this format, we pray and hope. And that they are going either back to something closer to what it used to be or going to something different, like even different after this. But from what I remember seeing and reading from interviews and statements, this is the end of the Breath, or like the Wilds, whatever you want to quantify it, timeline. This is the end of this isolated story. I just hope that the next game plays more like original or classic Zeldas. Yeah, I will never 100% either of these games. All right, give me just a quick minute here. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. So I will be right back. Let me just throw a... All right. Just give me a quick minute and I'll be right back. Okay. Any way of supporting overload my 5-shot opals or blood moon? Actually, you know what? This is a perfect example. Because we were talking about the blood moon stuff, and this would be a perfect opportunity to show good spots for this. Forcing a blood moon is a glitch. Basically, by doing certain things, we can overload the game's temporary memory enough to force it to trigger a panic blood moon to clear everything out. So as far as forcing panic blood moons, the spot that I guarantee most people are using is right down in here. And I hate this spot. For so many reasons, I hate this spot. You have to use a medallion to get to it in a decent speed. The rock walls are so small. I hate this. I hate using Skull Lake. I never advise people to use the Skull Lake cave. It wasn't that eye, it was the other eye. Wherever the hell it is. In the, like, actual... Oh, no, maybe it is the chasm. Or, yeah, because it's under, down here inside the chasm. I hate using this because it's bad. They're not big enough. I have never seen anywhere near reasonable use there. I use right here. So, the canyon, the whole Tanagar Canyon, right down this side by Hyrule Ridge. You can warp to this shrine and just head down into the cave. In fact, you know what? I'll even go walk through the cave to show. If you haven't been here before, that'll be ideal. If you have been here, hopefully you didn't break all of the walls. If you haven't been here, then that's ideal because you can carve yourself a perfect path and leave all of them intact because the amount of breakable walls there are in here is insane. This has, like, this is the location that I show in my, like, years old Forcing Blood Moon video. You just head down this way, aiming for right there. Why is there 6 sages? If you're talking about on the loading screen, the 6th one shows up after you've beaten Ganon. It's not actually a sage, it's just the mark to show that you've beaten Ganon. Is there a way to force blood moons in Breath of the Wild? I have no idea. The only thing I know about Breath of the Wild is in relation to the recent updates, and I just know that BLSS and Daruk Parry have both been patched due to unintentionally, due to a change in the step-up animation for Link. That is all I know about Breath of the Wild. So you get in, you come through the cave. You're going to come through. You're going to drop down. Realistically, if you want, you could probably use this wall. But for the sake of convenience, we just cut a little hole in the bottom right. Head off in this direction. We're not worried about over there. Same thing, next wall, ignore him, cut a little hole through the right. Come through here, that's the money wall. You come through, you can cut a hole to the left, you can cut a hole to the right. I like cutting a hole to the left because it's more convenient coming through. This gets you to the shrine, so that way you can just teleport right in here, show up there, you come back through. On Switch 1, you can use this wall from inside, but it is incredibly inconsistent. I don't recommend it. Instead, come out here. Jump up. Try not to get shot. Aim for the middle. Switch 1, you only need the 1. On Switch 2, you will probably need to shoot at least 3 of them to produce a consistent amount of lag. But We are being told from people whose words I trust that this is working on Switch 2. This is the location that I would recommend doing. We've even gotten confirmation from Winterboy directly that this location does work on Switch 2. So if you're trying to force a Blood Moon on Switch 2, this is where I would try and do it. This is the most convenient way. I mean, you got to deal with this guy a little bit, but like, he's not the worst thing in the world to get around. Does it only work with opals? I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not entirely positive. I'm inclined to say yes, but I'm not entirely positive. Switch 1, you don't need opals. I cannot say for Switch 2. Did they improve anything in the Switch 2 version? Other than performance? Not really. Oh, I have no idea if they increased the, like the build size limit or anything like that. I don't know if they increased the... That's a good thing. I never actually asked. Yeah, I was going to say, I think opals are used because it's just an ease of access kind of thing. Wow, they didn't give us more than 21 drop limit or 21 build limit. That's lazy. This is where I'm like, they really charged us for this. They really charged us $10 for an extra 30 FPS. That should have just been free. Like, that should have been free. Blue rocks are just harder. There's not like anything particularly special about them. They're just more solid, technically. And I mean, hell, if you need an opal, apparently these guys just give it. Try the one I said. Which one did you say? Any games that didn't have some type of DLC got the FPS for free in a Switch 2 edition. So they literally are charging $10 for the app features. That's ridiculous. That's so greedy, dude. You unpause during the transfer weapon upgrade? Oh, you're talking about with Moob. That doesn't even work on Switch 2. It's a modded auto build, so I don't care right now. I still find it insane that items are checked in some capacity, but auto build recipes are not checked in the slightest. That is like the most wild thing to me. You know, I'm glad you mentioned that. This is another thing that I'm constantly putting out fires for, and I'm going to give a live demonstration for it right now. Because I have literally lost count of the amount of comments that I've gotten that are along the lines of, my stick clipped into the ground, what do? Yeah, it'll work on your Switch 1 at 1.4, it won't work on the Switch 2. So, in detail, what did they add to the Switch 2 version? They added the Zelda Notes features, which lets you send auto-build recipes with a QR code, as well as transfer items. And they added an additional save slot. Throw an extra 30 FPS on the performance, and that is the Switch 2 version for a $10 fee. Every way that you have zuggled in 1.2.1 is how you zuggle in 1.4.0. My entanglement and zuggling videos will still be valid. The only thing in there as of right now that I can say is not as valid is the no memory method for fuse storage when doing FSFE. Yeah, it's incredibly greedy. It's even worse for Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild lost the glitch and had to pay for it. Breath of the Wild had to pay for an upgrade that got rid of their best glitch Yeah, I know. I am way far behind on that at this point. Why do people overload using Zuggle instead of pickup smuggling? Personally, I'm not as familiar with pickup overload, but as far as I understand, the overloads don't act the same entirely. I mean, yeah, it didn't get rid of IST. I'm sure someone will find something to do with multiple saves, but at the same time, it's also... thank you. Perfect. Winter Boy. Pickup overload is removed if you warp or load. Realistically, as far as overload is concerned, it's one of those things where if you're going to go through the time to do it, you may as well hold on to it and take advantage of being in that state. So, hold on. I don't have a weapon equipped. We're going to use the new one. So, that's fuse storage done. I have stored the fuse. This is going back to the stick ended up in the ground thing. So, we've done fuse storage. We're going to watch our memory. And now for entanglement, we unequip, we re-equip, and find out that we did it wrong. Alright, we're going to just do this the simple way then. I'm going to do this the way that I know how to do it. That would make sense. Am I just doing this wrong? Have I just gotten so used to using cold fuse that I've forgotten the proper inputs for entanglement? Yeah, you're talking about the memory method. That's not consequential here. That's just as far as storage is concerned. Right. I literally entangled earlier, though, so no, that's exactly how it works. I'm just messing something up. I'm getting the storage wrong is what I'm doing. I have access to 1.0, yeah. I feel like I'm going crazy. Could have sworn it was always 1. Unless I'm just going crazy. I could just be going crazy. Yeah, no, I am going crazy. Yeah, that is a case of me being so used to cold fuse. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. I'm getting too used to cold fuse. Yeah, no, it is that's me being dumb. Yep. Yeah, after fuse storage, you need to watch 2 memories for fuse entanglement. I was thinking 1 because if you're only doing cold fuse, you only need 1 memory. It'll work with 2, but for cold fuse, you only need the 1. And I've been using this exclusively for cold fuse over the last couple of months because of the protocol video. So that was just me forgetting that I needed a second one. So what's happening, the reason this didn't go into the ground is specifically because of the weapon that I'm using. Because of the angle that it's on, the stick is dropping higher. So let me... This will be a perfect example. This will be a perfect sample weapon for this. Normally I have like a regular broadsword. I guess I don't have one. That or it's already fused. I'm not seeing it in my inventory. Hello. I'm just... Okay, nope. No, I'm not. I'm just gonna... BL this real quick. For the sake of going fast. For the sake of presumably going fast. Alright, weapon out. So, the thing to keep notice of is how close the tip of the blade is to the ground. They are practically touching. So we've done storage. We're watching our memories for entanglement now. Then we go to our unequip, re-equip, and that's going to clip it right into the ground. This is the kind of thing that you're running into. Right now, I'm showing off, or I'm demonstrating the issue that a lot of people have, where when doing fuse storage, or fuse entanglement, their steering stick or their object often clips into this platform. You dupe eggs the same way that you dupe anything else. Yeah, normally I use a knight's broadsword. I just don't have one. Like, I normally have one for the sake of example and demonstration, but I just don't have one. The important thing here, and why this also works, is because the reason that's happening is because the blade is too close to the ground. The reason it didn't clip with the Scimitar of the Seven is because the blade is curved up. I really wish I had, like, a pointer on screen, but, like, the absolute furthest tip of the sword is where the fusion point is. So it's jumping, the target of the entanglement is jumping to where an object normally gets fused to on the sword. So if I'm fusing it to my scimitar, you see how it ends up on the very tip. You see the point where those items connect. This is exactly where the steering stick is jumping to when we entangle it. So same thing. If I fuse, you notice how Link is holding this thing higher off the ground now because it has to account for the stick that's now attached to the tip. Because on some weapons, the held position, the idle held position of an unsheathed weapon has the tip too close to the ground. When the target of your fuse entanglement tries to jump to the fuse position, i.e. the tip of your blade, it's being forced to clip into the ground because there's no space for it outside. That's what's going on there. The way that you get around that is impressively, incredibly simple. And I'll show it to you right now. Very easy, very simple. All right. I'm trying to be cute and use this method to get in some extra practice, but every time I try and do that, it's just blowing up in my face. So, fuse storage, you can see, again, excuse me, you see, again, the blade is right up against the ground, so if we try and entangle right now, when that stick jumps to the blade, it's going to be clipped into the ground, and it's just going to fall through because there's no collision holding it. The way you fix that, you can do this. If you're on a regular one-handed weapon, sheathing it will basically always solve it. If you're on a two-handed weapon, now I want you to watch very, very, very closely. Did you catch all that? Do you notice how we have positioned the blade so that way it is no longer scraping against a floor? Now, we go watch our memories because, remember, we've already done the fuse storage. That's why we're not walking back closer to it. So we go watch our memories. back to our inventory, unequip, re-equip, and just like that, because our blade was about that distance, it was right there, it's not up against a ground collision, so there's nothing to clip through. And that's how you do it. That's how you avoid your stick being clipped. That's how you avoid whatever fuse entanglement target you have being clipped. I had a stick clip in while trying to fuse to a shield one time, I think. I would like to believe that that's a misremembering. I don't know how you would have done that. Yeah, the sheer fact that memories not only uncull but also advance the game by exactly 1 frame is just one of the nicest little conveniences we ever could have asked for. Yeah, I want to think that you're misremembering that, because I don't think I've ever heard of that. You may be thinking of getting a like a ghost fuse with FSFE, because that is possible if you get like what I call a very precise incorrect timing. It'll just auto ghost the item and it'll lose all collision and just kind of float in the position it fuses at. Yeah, we're playing with some dark arts. We're experimenting with witchcraft. Yes. A spear is always going to be the safest thing that you can ever use. If you just need to entangle to a weapon for the sake of having it on a weapon and not a shield, and you never want to deal with it clipping, use a spear. The tip is never idled close to the ground, so you never have to worry. Hey, Celestial, how you doing? We've been going over the updates and the differences and the niche cases between Switch 1 and Switch 2. This is pretty much I've been replying to comments about it all weekend, so we're going to stream and talk about it. So I can hopefully reply to less comments for the rest of the week. Realistically, beyond that, I think the only other stuff is like the Zelda Note stuff, which I don't directly know. I can tell you what I've heard people saying, but I can also promise you the fact that things can be transferred across games, like between games, has made things really, really confusing. Because for those who don't know, with the Zelda Notes and the whole item sending thing, you can send items from Tears of the Kingdom to Breath of the Wild and the other way around. Obviously, with that, there are caveats. So, like, if an item doesn't exist in Tears of the Kingdom, it cannot be transferred to that game from Breath of the Wild. So, like, think like your elemental swords and stuff. You can't transfer those over to Breath of the Wild because, or not Breath of the Wild, over to Tears of the Kingdom, because the information for those items doesn't exist in Tears of the Kingdom, so the weapon cannot be transferred over. It'll either, I believe it'll just give you like a lump sum of rupees. Not a lot, but like I think it'll just give you some rupees. Same thing with Zonai equipment stuff. If there is like a comparable item, like a comparable version of that item, like Armindo's saying, with like Zonai equipment and Guardian equipment, then it will transfer those. It'll like convert them into the other, or into the specific version that applies to that game, is how that will work. That is the next part, is sending over modified items does not work the way that you would hope it does. From what I understand, all modifications like that will be removed. For duping eggs, you can literally use any duping method. Like, I know that just sounds like a cop-out answer, but like literally any duping method works for eggs. You can use BID, you can use MTD, you can use Mineru minus dupe. The only thing is with a throw-based one, you need to... Where are my eggs? Where are my eggs? Any throw-based one, you need to throw it, recall, with an egg, it's a little more sensitive to it, but same thing, you just rewind. Any throw-based dupe, you just need some sort of rewind. If I'm not mistaken, you could also wait for it to hit the ground, rewind, immediately cancel it, and then just let it fall a small distance. If you're not trying to do that, just BID. Any item duplication is viable for eggs. That's it. Yeah, they did and they didn't think about WMC. Because, like, from what I understand, the item, if the item can be transferred, the item will transfer, but any illegal modifiers or stats get removed. Or, like, reset. BID absolutely works with eggs. You might just have, like, a funky drop where it's launching things. But yeah, so illegal modifiers cannot be transferred. You can't send like an 800 durability, highly in shield over to Tears of the Kingdom. Doesn't work that way. Same thing with sending like WST modifiers or modifiers backwards. Doesn't work. From what I understand, from the same game to the same game, like from Tears of the Kingdom to Tears of the Kingdom, WST modifiers do stay. Someone will have to correct me if that's not true, but I believe I've seen that WST modifiers will stay from Tot K to Tot K. I don't know about like WMC items in Breath of the Wild from Breath of the Wild to Breath of the Wild. I don't know about all of that. The thing to understand with all of these things is it's kind of slow going to test them because we need people who have a Switch 2 to be able to test it, and there's a daily limit on the items. So there's only so much testing that can actually be done within the community as a whole within every 24-hour period. Do you know a flying glitch for 1.4? I mean, depends on your definition of flying, but there are a few, yeah. Could I whip any of them out right now off the top of my head? No. I mean, I could put together a pocket rocket, but I don't feel like dealing with Mineru entanglement right now. Infinity Wing and Infinite Balloon can be downloaded using auto builds. Sharing it will work. So that was something that I wasn't entirely sure on. Is if transferring the Infinite Balloon and the Infinite Wing would actually transfer specifically those versions of it, or if it would just default them to a normal copy of that item. Oh, you looking for a fun glitch that works on 1.2.0? Look up Quick Smuggle. Do wind bombs still work? Yes. Wind bombs should work just fine, from what I've seen. As far as Breath of the Wild goes, the only two things that I know got patched are BLSS and Daruk Parry, and those are just results of them changing Link's, like, this, well, not this, but, like, this step-up animation. They updated the step-up animation for Link in Breath of the Wild, and as a consequence, BLSS and Daruk Parry got patched. What to do when bored in Tears of the Kingdom? What I do when I'm bored of Tears of the Kingdom is go and play something else, because I don't play this game casually. I play this game for glitches and for videos, and beyond that, I don't really play this game. Yes, it is. It's the one that I found. It's the one glitch that I fully discovered. I don't have many contributions that I can directly stick my name onto. As far as I'm concerned, I have 3 that I can point out, but that's the biggest of them because that one's fully mine. Beyond that, anything I've done has just been adding on to already existing things. I did Quick Smuggle. I will maintain until the day I die that I was the one who pioneered gluing 2 fans at a 45-degree angle for dispenser storage. Before I made that video and talked about doing that, everybody was activating a stabilizer and giving themselves a 15-minute time limit on their duping. So that's one of the contributions that I also attribute to myself, is gluing those fans to plug a dispenser. And then beyond that, mapping out the setup for Killavictor's method for BID here at the Citadel. Those are my 3 notable contributions to glitches in this game, as far as direct contributions. If I do the Infinite Bombshell, the 1.2.0, it is significantly more involved. You need to do something called Killavictor's Quick Smuggle. Quick Smuggle does technically exist on 1.2.1. It's just significantly more involved, because we don't have the same amazing oops tech that they gave us on 1.2. We can't just kind of drop stuff from our pockets and have them call on demand. God, I wish we still could. Yeah, it just gets uncalled. I still, like, it still blows my mind that that interaction was ever even possible. Like, it blows my mind that they ever let that slip through. Do you have any tips on getting BID more consistently on Switch 2? As it so happens, I do. Both of which involve or relate to the method of fuse storage. I'm assuming fuse storage is where you're having the difficulty. If I had to guess. Because that's where everybody is having the difficulty. The FPS difference is 30 to 60. Switch 1 was 30, Switch 2 runs on 60. That's also why all of the glitches are harder to do. Because you're running at double the frame rate, which means that any timing reliant input, the amount of time your window to successfully make that input is going by twice as fast. That is why any video that you're watching and trying to, or like any glitch that you're trying to follow along with and learn, will definitely feel like it's significantly harder than it used to be, and that's because of the increased FPS. Yes, Froggy, that's Killavictor's Quick Smuggle. Yeah, that's yeah. So yeah, that is how I knew that you were struggling with fuse storage. That's what everybody is struggling with right now. So the thing with that, my recommendations for it are: do not use the no memory method. The whole pumping fuse like this, you know, the whole doing it like that, don't use that method. It's no longer viable. It's no longer consistent. It is nothing but volatile now because of the frame rate. It's just too aggressive. If you are, presumably you're using one of my BID videos, so regardless of what video it is, even if it's one that sent you to another video to learn how to do FSFE, whatever video is talking about and showing FSFE will show you a memory method for it. Between the two shown, like between the two methods that I show in videos for doing fuse storage in the interest of FSFE, the memory method is going to be the more consistent method to use on Switch 2. Beyond that, I will show you a new method that's been getting cooked up. Credit to Yi in the speedrun Discord. That is fairly consistent on Switch 2. So you're going to set up for your fuse storage like normal. Highlight it with Ultra Hand to keep it unculled. Cross into your outer margins. And then the process is going to be switch to fuse, release, push the stick forward, and press Y to fuse to a weapon. This is going to be more specifically for weapons because it's more credit. Yee, Y-E-E. He's a member of the speedrunning Discord and the one who has provided us with this method. So again, you're going to release, push forward on the stick, and press Y to fuse. And if I do it right, it'll look something like that. I don't know that that was successful. That wasn't successful. But visually, that is what it will look like. That was a very close failure. Let me try it again. I've got the inputs on screen for you, too. If you're a little too quick, you will end up fully fusing. If that happens, that means your turnaround was too fast. You didn't have enough time for the stick to start culling again. We'll just set back up. I think that one also missed. That one also missed. An indicator you can watch for is when you go to fuse, when you press Y, the little indicator at the bottom that's showing the fuse input will flash white. If you see that, it is a very good indication that you have most likely gotten it. I'm going too slow here. On Switch 2, you're not really going to have to worry about going too fast. I'm going too slow because I'm worried about going too fast. On Switch 2, you are not going to worry about going too fast. You don't have the extra time to be going too fast. Yeah, no, it is important that you are facing away. What's happening, I'll show what's happening in slow motion. Because I understand that I'm probably skipping over stuff that people don't understand. So what's happening is typical, we walk into the outer margin, that's going to cull because it's in a culling area and we're no longer in the neutral space. By keeping it highlighted with Ultra Hand, we're keeping it prioritized by the game, which means that it's telling it not to cull because we, as the player, are trying to interact with this item in real time. So it's not going to despawn it. Once we get into the position where it's going to despawn, or not despawn, but cull, when we are no longer highlighting it, we switch to fuse. The reason that we're facing away is because we need it to start culling. If we don't face away, what's going to happen is the same thing when you're doing the other methods of fuse storage. You're going to immediately highlight it with fuse, and it's going to stay prioritized, so it's not going to get reculled. We want it to start getting culled like that because we're trying to snag fusion out of that as it's reculling. So we step over the line into the outer margin, make sure we're facing away so that way we can initiate the cull, and then as we close out of this, we're pushing forward on the control stick to turn around and get that highlight before it fully culls, and then hit Y in time for the input. It will look something like that. I am just struggling to get it right. But realistically, from the reports that I have seen, from word that I have heard from people, this will be probably the most consistent means of getting fuse entanglement on Switch 2 for the time being. It's like I said, all of these failures where all these failures where I'm fully fusing it to my sword isn't an issue that you're going to encounter on Switch 2. That's because I'm going too fast, and you guys are not going to be able to go too fast. But you get the point. I found that slowly moving away from the child and opening the rune menu is more consistent. There's an idea. Yeah, just dupe Zonai. Just dupe Zonite. Isn't Fuse Entanglement better if you do it more to the left of where you are? Are you talking about, like, on this side of the slab? In which case, it doesn't really matter. When I made Entanglement and Zuggling 101, when I made that video, I came in here and I manually mapped out the entirety of the cull zone as it pertains to this slab. And I can assure you with the utmost, with 5 million % confidence, that it is a straight line. Here to here, it is a straight line. Does not make any difference. I can even pretty much show it to you in real time. What do I want to use for this? We'll use a sword. I'll show you exactly what I did too. Because there's a really easy way to map out culling areas. It's easier than you'd think. So now what I've set up is anytime I walk into a space that will cull, sword disappears. As soon as I'm out, as soon as I reach the outer margins, my sword will disappear. Which is an indicator of where anything in that cull zone will start to cull. So you set up over here. Cull's right there. Set up all the way over here. Cull's right there. Exact same thing. I'm showing it on a weapon just for the sake of just showing it on it. It doesn't really matter. It's just the sake of something on my back to show that it's disappearing, it's respawning. This is how you map. This is how I mapped this out. Is just going and finding the exact spots where everything will cull and uncull, figuring out where that line, what that border looks like, and right here, live demonstration. Doesn't matter what side, doesn't matter whereabouts in this slab you are. You cross over this line that Link's right foot is on, you cross over that, you're in the neutral zone. Or you're out of the neutral zone. You are in the outer margin. That's just some live proof that it does not matter if you're on this side or if you're on this side. All works the same. What can you even do with Fuse Entanglement? 80 to 90% of all of the glitches capable of being performed in this game. If it exists in this game, probably 8 to 1 that it involves Fuse Entanglement, especially if it's on a modern version. Fuse Entanglement, it's not what you can do, it's what can't you do with Fuse Entanglement at this point. Fuse Entanglement is the secret to by extension, fuse entanglement and cold fuse, because the methods of them are the same, by which this does boil down to, say, fuse storage. Excuse me. Because it's more fuse storage than specifically fuse entanglement. But the advent of fuse storage in and of itself is the foundation for most things, the vast majority of things that are capable. Like, fuse storage is what allows us to get mass item duplication. Fuse storage is what allows us to get weapon duplication. Fuse storage, in a lot of cases, is directly responsible for allowing us to get Zuggle. If you want most movement tech, you're probably going to need to involve a fuse storage in there somehow. Right, but all of that to say that, like, cold fuse and fuse storage are such heavily linked, they're such heavily linked tech that I do often just refer to them as a duo. I just refer to them as the entanglement tech, because cold fuse is entanglement tech. But yeah, the existence of entanglement tech is what unlocks nearly everything as far as current version glitches go. If you're doing it on 1.2.1, it most likely, more than likely, guaranteed to have some sort of fuse tech involved. Oh boy, new methods. And again, I know most of what I'm going over here is overload. And I know I've said it a couple of times, but I will keep saying it every now and then because newer people are coming in who haven't heard me say it. This VOD will be up on the VOD's channel. I don't know if it'll necessarily get there tonight, but it will be up on the VOD's channel. So that way you guys can come through here and, anything that I'm talking about that you want or need a refresher on, you can get before the video talking about all this and directly covering all of this comes out. I will be making videos covering methods for Switch 2 viability. Understand that obviously none of those videos are going to be recorded on Switch 2. Ideally, I will have some Switch 2 footage in there, but that will be at the mercy of whatever community members can record for me. I mean, yeah, we can learn a thing or two. The plan was to go over and kind of talk about this and just kind of answer questions from people until about 6 o'clock. So we got a little bit of time to kill, because at 6 I'm probably going to go play some Monster Hunter for a while. God forbid anybody is interested in that. Have I modded Tot K? I haven't modded it myself, but I have free camera. I'm in Eastern, so like when I say 6 o'clock, it's 5:50 right now. Yeah, that is a question that you will have to decide on for yourself. For me, for several reasons, no, it's not worth it. I disagree with their pricing decisions on console and games. I disagree with their recent business decisions as far as how they choose to handle ownership and usage of these products. So personally, no. I do not think it's worth it. How do you mod Tot K? Couldn't tell you. I didn't mod this. This was made by Max Last Breath. It is called Ultracam. This is how I get all of those nice free camera shots in my videos. If you mod any Nintendo game, explain how to do it online. Apparently they'll come after you. Nintendo has a habit of coming after people. Okay, is that what's going on with it? Hang on, I need to delete this from the playlist. I didn't realize that this was a mashup. No, that's going to get me hit with copyright so bad if it's the backing track from Blinding Lights. Are you kidding me? Y'all are trying to get me in trouble, Game Chops. How do you install mods? Well, the first step is usually the one that gets most people, or stops most people from continuing. You need to have a modded Switch or the game on emulation. I plays only Switch 1 for most of my stuff. Switch 2 is just an upgrade that I've been waiting for. I see all the criticism of Nintendo. I do agree with it. A lot of decisions they made are really strange. Yeah. My biggest thing that I can't get behind is the licensing the console and the we're going to destroy your property, or rather the we're going to destroy your property if we don't like how you use it after purchasing it, and the thing that we're going to say to let us destroy your property and not get in trouble for destruction of property is by making fine print that says you're just licensing the use of the console and that you don't actually own the product. Therefore, you don't have the consumer right to modify it however you want. Realistically, it all just boils down to incredibly legally sketchy and shaky business. And I don't support it. That's why I won't update my firmware on my system boot for my Switch 1. That's why I don't have 1.4 yet. I very, very heavily disagree with the major decisions that they have been making as of late. And personally, do not wish to financially support those decisions myself. Yeah, from what I understand about it with the EU is that the first time Nintendo tries to actually take affirmative action or does take affirmative action against someone in their product, they're going to hit them full force. Like, they are going to attack, the EU is going to attack Nintendo full force over the anti-consumer practices. So you're allowed to break it but not mod it? Yep, pretty much. I mean, the biggest problem beyond that is, like, it's the issue of Nintendo's blindly firing a machine gun in any direction where they think they might hear the words mod or piracy. Like we were talking about earlier, there have already been cases of people having their Switch like wrongfully bricked for doing what is just a normal consumer practice, like plugging your Switch in to charge with a USB-C cable instead of a provided Nintendo port device, like the dock. Apparently people have been getting their shit bricked. I've been hearing reports that Switch 2s are getting bricked because a scratched cartridge is being put in. Like, there's misfires everywhere on this, and their actual customers, the ones who aren't trying to do any of this stuff, are the ones who are getting hurt by it. How do they know you modded? Because if you do it wrong, then you pretty much broadcast the fact that you've done it to Nintendo directly. Like, the fact that my Switch is modded and connected to the internet is only possible because I've taken careful steps to make sure that Nintendo is blind to the fact that mine exists. Okay, but what's step 2? Step 2 is something that I can't sit here and just teach you how to do live. I will get in trouble. I can't do that. Let me put it this way. Any place that you find a mod for the game is more than likely going to have their own instructions for how to install it. You gotta understand, Nintendo is a chimp with a machine gun, and I don't want to be over here screaming banana. The EU outright bans any and every Nintendo product the moment Nintendo bricks any Switch bought by a European citizen. That's the way to do it. Where did you hear about the charger/cart bricks? Just amongst the community. How can they take our money without us having full ownership of the device? Welcome to fine print. That's how that works. Time when I played Take release, I didn't enjoy it. Does anyone got any tips? I couldn't help you there. I was honestly backwards. I liked Breath of the Wild up and until I finished the game, and then it immediately started speeding toward one of my least favorite games of all time. And then Tears of the Kingdom came out and it made that game look like a glorified beta test. It is very, very, very hard for me to look super positively at Breath of the Wild at this point. I can enjoy it. I can enjoy the game, but only under incredibly specific circumstances. Like, I've gone back and I've done, like, multiplayer manhunts with, like, other Zelda content creators on Breath of the Wild. That was fun. You know, we did Prop Hunt not too long ago with Quincy and the gang, and that was a lot of fun. But, like, just playing the game itself to play the game, I couldn't be less bothered. I've never really liked that game. Literally gives you an avenue to plug in via USB-C. No, it doesn't make any sense, but I mean, since when does anything Nintendo does really make any sense? Country that says it's free, but our freedom is eternally behind bars. No, our freedom is eternally determined by the big corporations that keep capitalism going. Yeah, a lot of you are starting to key into the exact reasons why I don't have a Switch 2. Oh, I mean, no, to me, the game got boring after as soon as I finished the first playthrough. It was great for a first playthrough, and everything was new, and, like, that sense of curiosity and wonder was there. It was a great experience. But as soon as all of that's gone, and I even argue that it starts to fade out before you're even done the game to begin with. Breath of the Wild to me is one of those games of it is fun until you realize how little there is to do in that world, and then the fun starts to rapidly deteriorate. Unless you're the kind of person who just can have fun exploring constantly, like over and over again, then it's probably fantastic for you. But if that doesn't hold you super long, then the game will very quickly lose its luster. Have I played the DLCs? I know what the DLCs are. I know everything as far as the DLCs involve, like to the extent of the content that is in them. I had the DLCs. No, I did not spend my time playing them because I didn't have much care for the game by the time that was viable. But my opinion on the DLCs is not a positive one. I am very much of the camp that the Breath of the Wild DLCs should not have been sold they should not have been separately priced content. Those should have just been in the game. It's a lot of fun stuff from Breath of the Wild and Take, like Stasis, Remote Bombs, and Moving Divine Beasts. I mean, it did have its things, but I don't know. This is also to keep in mind that these last two games are my least favorite Zelda games of all time. I know that is often not what a lot of people expect to hear from me, but Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom as a duo are arguably my two least favorite Zelda games ever made. And that's very much because I'm not the target demographic for the new game format. There was two target demographics for these games. And those were existing players who were looking for a change in format and new players who did not have any familiarity with the franchise. In fact, the only demographic they weren't trying to hit were the existing players who were attached to the original format. Oh, hey, look, a Korok. That's the camp that I'm in. I'm too attached to the original format. The original gameplay style, to me, is what made the games... It's what made the game Zelda. As far as my opinion goes, these games could have had non-Zelda... It could have just not had any Zelda assets, been released under a new IP name, and been just as big. I will give you wind bombs are fun. BTBs are enjoyable, but, like, there's only so many places where you can bounce that boy. It would be much more fun if there were more places where you can enjoy it, or where you can enjoy it. All right, what dance do you want me to do? You're over here screaming dance monkey. What dance would you like to see? Already time link to the past, link between worlds format. So, from what I understand, we just found a way to get 1.0 style Pocket Rocket on 1.1 plus, which means UPR should be solved for other versions, brother. Yeah, I was having a whole fucking conversation with Timber about this. It's hilarious that we've gotten onto this topic, because I was talking to Timber. Me and Sideways were talking to Timber last night for probably like 2 hours or so about this exact topic. But yeah, if Nintendo can be believed, if they're to be believed, this was the last game of this format. After, like, with Tears of the Kingdom, they said they were done with this format, which I hope they're telling the truth, because that's the only thing that I want. Story of Kelda. All right. So I think, I'm not sure if the next game still have some familiar features, but knowing them a good portion should be changed. Yeah, hopefully. Like, I want it. I want the formula back. I need the formula back. We need to go back to what Zelda used to be. I need it. Like, I'm probably still gonna get it and try it, even if it's not, but, like, I'm not gonna lie and say that they aren't kinda losing me with the hard change. Yeah, the first console game I ever owned was Ocarina of Time. First console I ever owned that was mine was my N64, the special Pokemon fucking edition that was fucking blue with the Pikachu on the front. Still have it. I got 2 games for it. I got Ocarina of Time and a game called Mischief Makers, which is... I still love that game. Not enough people know about it. Not enough people appreciate it. So thanks for the follow, Vaxbay. Isn't there an Aonuma quote where he says it would be weird to just go back to a game with less freedom? God, I hope so. God, I hope not. Here's the thing. It's not necessarily... Bro, this is like literally the exact conversation we had last night. Because, like, Timber was also saying, he's like, you know, I feel like they gave us too much freedom, and the amount of freedom we had was not necessarily a good thing. My argument was that it's not necessarily that they gave us too much freedom, but more so what having the freedom let us do. And that was realize fairly quickly that most of this world is empty space, and that the points of interest are going to be few and far between if you don't care about every single shrine and Korok puzzle that you come across. So because of that, the freedom kind of works against the game. So it's not so much that having too much freedom is the issue, it's that you need to have something to focus our freedom. There needs to be some force pulling us in one direction or another direction. Like, there needs to be something pulling me somewhere to kind of give me a little light guidance and nudge towards something to help guide my freedom. I can fully decide not to do that, but having some sort of light influence, not as light as it is in this game, a little stronger than the light influence in this game, but still a light influence to help give you some directions to guide you in. What the fuck? Would work wonders toward filling out that sense of freedom. There's a more direct reason to get Korks and shrines that would significantly impact the durability. What I always say about shrines, because divisive take, very apparently hot take, I despise the concept of shrines. The entire concept of shrines, I hate them because they were implemented horribly. I personally would be much happier with a big, longer dungeon with more involved puzzles than individual micro puzzles scattered around the world. But beyond that, the reward system is the problem. If they were to so much as remove the blessing of light, the orb of collect a million of these, and instead, some shrines have a piece of heart, some shrines have a piece of a stamina bar. That immediately eliminates the concept of, oh, it's a shrine, I don't really feel like doing that. They all have the same reward. I don't feel like doing this one because I know there's an easier one somewhere. There's one that's less effort to get the exact same item. Why would I do this one that's more effort? It's the same reward. If the reward wasn't 100% the exact same item every single time, and it was at least split into the two things that you trade that item for, like I said, some shrines give you a piece of heart, some shrines give you a chunk of a stamina bar, or a piece of heart but for stamina, it would make it more interesting. Because at least there would be some, semblance left to the thought or the idea or even the concept of oh, there's a shrine. I wonder what I'm going to get out of that. I wonder what this one has. Oh, does this one have hearts? Maybe this one has stamina. Well, I'm trying to get some more hearts. Hopefully this one has hearts. That simple, tiny little change promotes so much more encouragement to go and engage with shrines versus how it is now, where you just know anytime you see a shrine that whatever effort you have to put in there, it's going to be the same exact reward you got from the other one or from the last one you did. It'll be the same exact reward as you'll get from the next one that you do. That's how I do it. I if I need to do a shrine because I need those orbs for one reason or another, God forbid, whatever the hell it is, if I run into a shrine that just seems like it's going to take me longer, the first thing I'm going to do is turn around and walk out because I can find a faster shrine. All right, give me a quick second here because I think my dog needs to go out. All I know is I hear the sound of something scratching on my front door, and either we're being overrun by raccoons or the dog needs to pee. So either way, it needs my attention, so give me a minute here. I will also say that this is pretty much the wrap-up of Tears of the Kingdom. When I get back, I'm probably going to be hopping over to Monster Hunter Wilds for a couple hours, so, if you want to hang out for that, then more than welcome. But if you were just here for Tears of the Kingdom, that is about the end of Tears of the Kingdom. So for the rest of you, I will be back in just a moment or two. I'll be back right now. That's when I'll be back. All right. Where's all my stuff? All right, where's my boy at? Are you around? Do I have to poke at you? You know who you know who I'm talking about. Where are you at? Ready for some moose haters? I assume you'll be down for some moose haters. All right, so to quickly recap for anyone who has just come in, we are wrapping up Tears of the Kingdom. We're gonna go move on to some Monster Hunter.
Said hi to Jeffrey.
We're gonna do that for a little bit. So to recap what we went over here, if you're on version 1.4.0 on the Switch 1, everything is effectively the same. All glitches will work just fine for you. You should have no problems. The only caveat to that being that hydro clipping is not going to work the same way, but I doubt many of you are going to care about hydro clipping. If you're on the Switch 2, nothing effectively has been patched except for moob-related overload, which most of you probably aren't going to be familiar with. If you are, you're familiar with it through the means of WST, in which case, go watch any of my videos for WST in 1.2.1. They're better ways than moob anyway. But all of your timing-related inputs on the Switch 2 version of the game, gonna be harder. That's just how it is. They're going to be 2 times as hard to hit because your window to hit them at the right time is going by twice as fast because you have 2 times the frames. As far as fuse entanglement tech goes, when it comes to fuse storage, the no memory method is incredibly volatile and is not going to be reliable to you. So in the meantime, I would recommend using the memory method in any videos that I have talking about or requiring that you use fuse storage or any fuse storage related tech such as cold fuse or fuse entanglement with it. I will be putting out a video shortly within the next few days that is condensed, going over all of this and highlighting all of this information, as well as updated videos for more reliable methods for entanglement tech on the PS2, on the Switch 2 version of the game. So that's pretty much the long and short of it. And basically covers, that's the wrong thing, covers everything that we talked about. For anyone who didn't get to see the whole, or didn't get to see everything because you came in late and want to see anything that we talked about earlier or any of that information in more detail, this VOD will be up on the VOD channel later. I will go ahead and get a link to that right now and put it in chat. You can find it just on my page, on my YouTube channel. If you just scroll down below popular videos, there is direct links to my highlight and VOD channels, but I will go ahead and drop links to those in chats. There you go. If you are having any issues and struggling with any tech on the Switch 2 edition or in 1.4.0 and you are worried that something's not working right, then I encourage you to join either my Discord server or the Tears of the Kingdom Speedrun Discord server. Either or, doesn't really matter, not trying to gall you into mine, but if you're looking for a place where you can get help from the experts who know what's going on with this stuff, either my Discord server or the Speedrun Discord server are going to be the places to do that. Both of those have a glitch help channel in them that is dedicated to assisting people with issues with glitch-related performances and tech. Links to both of those can be found in the description of the YouTube stream where most of you are. If you're watching on Twitch, chances are you're already in my Discord. If you're not, !Discord will get you a link to that. I don't have a direct link to the Speedrun Discord on Twitch, but there's a link to it in my Discord. You can also go to my channel, just my YouTube channel and click on the links there, or in the About section, there is a link in my channel description for the Tears of the Kingdom Speedrun Discord if you want to go there. Either or, but that would be my best suggestion for getting real-time assistance with any difficulties that you're having on the new update or the Switch 2 edition of the game. So having said all of that, Dragon, my boy, where are you? Are you around? Are you still here? Have I lost you? My thingy says you're here, but I'm assuming you're just not with us at the moment. Which, not the worst thing in the world. I'm sure we will see him later. All right. So that's that. There's the recap on that. Let's go play some Monster Hunter. I have you on my friends list, right, Yumi? Like, in-game? Give me just a quick moment to update stream info. Also, for anybody watching on YouTube who wants to stick around for Monster Hunter, if you have a Twitch account, I do recommend watching on Twitch over YouTube. Just because on the Twitch side, there's a lot more interaction that you get to do with chat, or like with the stream. Because YouTube doesn't understand how to make a streaming platform. So there's like no viewer features. Whereas on Twitch, we get things like channel points, we've got like alerts, you got sound alerts that you can play. We have a random meow button. What more could you ask for? It's a button that you press and it plays a random meow on stream. I'm sure, as I've said it, some people are going to start hitting them now. Yeah, see? We got a list of like 80 different meow sound bites, and you press a button and it plays a random one. It's great. What more could you ask for in a viewer experience? For this, I'm looking for that. Looking for... Nope. There we go. Get my regular stream tags back. Monster Hunter. Oh. Did I missed something. And I apologize for it if you're still in here. Maybe not. Did I miss something? Hold on. Is YouTube lying to me? No, YouTube's not lying to me. Thank you for the membership, Zerfia. My apologies for not noticing it. Did not see it go by in the chat. Welcome to the channel. All right. Where is our boy? I mean, yeah, they at least know how to implement new codecs, but like the things that they don't do could fill an 800-page novel and 2 sequels. What am I looking for here? That. I don't want that. We don't need those inputs anymore. How long ago did they promise AV1 support? I mean, outside of my knowledge there. Also, I love that I randomly have an activate window. Is that going to stay over my game? Are you shitting me? I'd love to know why that showed up, because if anybody who remembers, that wasn't there yesterday. That wasn't there yesterday. I don't know why it's here now, but apparently my Windows has been revoked. Thanks, Microsoft. They took my Windows away from me. Hold on a second. I don't know where this is going to pop up. I don't know what this is going to do. Yep, glad I did that. Windows isn't activated. Activate Windows now. Friggin' piece of shit. I have a product ID key. What do you mean it's not activated? Like, the product ID key is right here. The product key is in here. What do you mean? All right, yeah, no, they took away my Windows license, apparently. Yeah, no Windows. I'm only allowed doors. Do you have to link your Microsoft account to your PC? Oh, no, I'm linked. I am linked up. I have no idea. It's like, I think it's done this to me before. I don't know why. I don't remember how I fixed it, but I'm pretty sure it's done this to me before. I mean, are we surprised it's Microsoft? I can't really say that I'm shocked. I'm more so pissed off that it watermarks my entire screen and that I just can't get rid of it. Unless there's a quick solution that Google can teach me about. I mean, can only be done by purchasing a valid license. This is why I don't trust AI answers, because right below it on WikiHow, yeah, you can shut it off in your registry. I am not going to go and purchase a new Windows 10 fucking license. Are you kidding me? I'm not going to go drop $200 to remove a watermark. I'm good. I'm not going to do that. Yeah, we've decided to make Windows a subscription model. Gee, and you wonder why people en masse are doing anything they can to jump ship. All right, I need to DM Buddy Boy here because I need to see if he's around and just how around he may be. Also, I don't know if I mentioned this earlier. I might have, but I don't remember. But he and I were testing out quality for our, or rather, I should start from the beginning. For those who weren't here, those who are in the Discord, and maybe those who might be interested in joining the Discord, we decided to try setting up a weekly TV night. Think like a mix between like Saturday morning cartoons and like Toonami, for those of you who know what Toonami was. And the other night, Dragon and I were doing some quality testing for that, and very, very happy to report that we've got things working very smooth. It took us like 2.5 hours to figure out how to get things working properly and smooth without a bunch of stuttering and desyncing, but like, we're looking good. So like, if anybody's interested in like a weekly TV night where we watch, right now the idea is watching like old school cartoons. Like, to give an idea, some of the shows that we're looking at are like Samurai Jack is one of them that we're going to be doing. Darkwing Duck. Trying to think of some of the other ones that we were watching. Teen Titans. The original Teen Titans, good Teen Titans. Throwing some gumball in there because who doesn't love gumball? Teen Titans, stop. No more Teen Titans Go. We Teen Titans, stop. Alright, I need to talk to who and where? Nowhere near here. Right, so I was gonna... Okay, you're that way. You are nearby. The thing I have not figured out is... That's how I show up lobby ID. Perfect. That's what I had not figured out. I'm honestly wondering if there's a better place to put chat here. Oh, yep. No, that's a good point. Yeah, I'm gonna try and move chat around here a little bit. Kind of stick you guys on this side for now. You're doing that, I'm going to close out of all these different tabs. Helps to have the game selected. Oh, that's right. We're still in this area. Bro, you want to talk about busy? I will tell you about busy. Damn, dude, he must be important. They won't let me skip his dialogue. Anybody else, fair game. This dude, not happening. Or that dude. They've revoked my right to skip dialogue. I mean, as far as progression is concerned, I do not care. In terms of, like, doing the hunts for fun, yeah, balance it out a little bit. As far as clearing objectives, I don't care. So far, to the best of my understanding, is that this works like Final Fantasy XIV in that you're allowed to start having actual intended fun once you're done all the busy work of the story. That's the vibe I've been getting. Am I still by myself? Nope. Because I have a phone call now. Well. Gotta love how this always happens. Hopefully nothing important happens. I'll be right back.
ナタ。
ここだよ。
これは確かに地下道ですね。覚えてる。ここを通ったよ。間違いない？あっちから来たんだ。ようやくここまで。この先に森人の里があるんだな。帰れる。そうと決まれば急ぐよ。ありがとうございました。
本当に行くのか。気をつけなよ。
行こう。あ。だいぶ進みましたね。あれって。これ氷って言うんだよね。前はこんなのなかった。
森人の里はこの先に？
この場所を覚えてる。どっちに行くか迷ったから。なんでもう少しなのに。落ち着いて。きっとここ数年で凍りついたんだね。ねえ、何か羽織ろっか。簡易キャンプを立てるよ。どうでしょう。ひとまず地上に出て状況を把握しませんか？ここは砂鉄さんが言っていた巨大な断崖の地下あたりだと思います。
それが良さそうだな。迂回して確認しよう。
ごめんなさい。何謝ってんの。ほら行こう。
All right. Sorry about that. Swear to God, the way that it goes is every single time I get into an auto-pathing situation in this game, my phone rings. And it's always when I'm in a lobby situation where I can't pause it. Stamina will decrease faster than, oh boy, weather conditions. I'm going, oh my god. Back on rails. Can I, like... Please? Can I... It won't let me off, are you kidding? Oh no, do I have control now? I can't get off, but like... The way that they restrict my control in these sections never makes any sense to me. Like, I'm on rails, then I'm suddenly not on rails. But yet I'm not allowed to dismount my bird. Oh, hi.
あのモリバーの救助も試みる。
本クエストを開始します。準備はよろしいですか？これより
Oh, no. Why am I diving? I don't want to be diving. Ow. I will what now? I didn't get a chance to read any of that. Can I... Jesus Christ. Am I... Okay, no, we didn't drink it. Okay, you didn't give me any energy drink. Why are you telling me about energy drinks then? Oh, come on. But what is going on? Is this just a whole new status effect every single time this guy touches me? We didn't do anything to prepare for overheating. We only went through anything to prepare for cold. What do you mean drink a cool drink? Oh, come on. Okay. Poisoned again. Okay, can we use the potion, please? one, please. We didn't cut anything off of him, did we? No. Get back here, peanut butter. Oh, come on. That's not fair. That's less fair. Can't. Oh my god. I'm trying. Why me? I'm not the one beating you up. I'm just a bystander. Bro, my life for the ability to interrupt an attack animation with a dodge. My kingdom for the ability to interrupt that animation with a dodge. I'm gonna get hit with that. Yep. You always aggro on me. Welcome back, Froggy. Come here. Oh, come on. Let's go. Come here. Free bones? Oh, we love free bones. It'd be nice if it would proc on stacked targets. Like if I got two of them on top of each other, if I could just hold to go from one to the other. We like free fluid around these, around this house. Oh, well, cutscene anyway. Oh, no, I'm guessing boys just cooked.
私はルローを名乗る者。故郷を離れてさすらうボンなるモリバー。はじめまして、アルマと申します。もしやルローさん
Yeah, not too bad.
詳しいですか？無論。 望まば知恵をお貸ししよう。
私たちは言ってみれば迷子になってしまいました。あたりの状
アナ、
況ところで
I didn't want to ask about that.
無論
I'm just trying to get on with it. Is this? This is my tent. What do I need for those? Sure. Hot drink. Bro, telling me to make a cool drink in the middle of the fight and I don't even have anything for it. How do I get a large barrel, though? Oh, yeah. My title's great. I love it. I don't even remember exactly what it is at this point. I just know it's great. Shut that off, then. I'm sorry. I pressed the button to talk to you. Let me speak. Yes, let us head out. Words I'm getting so tired of seeing. Because it's always followed with a train track and a strict speed limit. Take that, thank you. Take that, thank you. Oh, alright, I didn't want to mine that anyway. Alright. Do you like Tot K? I like it for the fact that it is a sandbox for glitch tech. As a casual game to play for fun, I do not like it at all. Like, as a Zelda game, don't like it at all. As a medium for playing around with glitch tech in what is effectively just a big open sandbox with a ton of capability, it's fantastic. Outside of that, not really. Pretty much anytime I choose to play a Zelda game for the sake of fun, I find myself playing Wind Waker. But like, it is also because I just heavily prefer the more original format. Yeah, I was trying to do that, but it's like weird to get used to. Oh, and we're back here now. Okay. Oh, no, we're just set up a camp. That's great, Nada. Is base camp for the region? Ah. I was hoping there would be a forge.
私もいこうしちゃおけよし急ごう
Can I have my agency? Okay, thank God. I'm sure Nana will be fine. Oh, hi. Okay. And decide how I want to approach this. Well. Okay. I didn't press a button to get on this. Why am I on this? I don't want to be on this. Okay. Oh my God. Not what I want to be doing. Doing what you're telling me to do. For what effect? Let me out? Jesus. Shooting it. That's not what I wanted. Oh, free tail. Okay. Pick me up. Let me up. Oh, okay. Oh, because there's still one over here. Now it's running. Was there not a severed tail around here? Apparently not. Oh, okay. That's not where I wanted to be when I did that. Oh my God. Okay, I have done it 3 times now. Please get the message off my screen. If you tell me to do it again, so help me God. You've only given me 3 of them. Okay. Threw me off so fast. And off he goes again. Nice. I thought we had to kill all of them. That was an awful lot going on all at once. What about Breath of the Wild? More or less, I mean, not really more or less of the same thing, but like Breath of the Wild was fun for the first experience, and then by the time that first playthrough started wrapping up, the wonder and enjoyment of it started rapidly falling off for me, because I started to notice just how empty most of the world was and how actually little there was to go and find and explore and everything, and pretty much getting disappointed after a certain point of anytime you go and explore something, you always just find a Korok or a shrine. Two systems that I, to this day, still do not agree with. Hey, Harlock. I'm surprisingly enjoying it. Monster Hunter has been historically a very difficult thing for me to try and get into because of its play style. And there were some struggles day one trying to adjust with some stuff and fighting with some control settings. But I have started to enjoy it. That being said, I am still playing it in a way that will irritate most people who really like the game or really care about the game. Because I am just fast-forwarding through any and all story-related anything to get to gameplay. But, like, I like, nearly tilted off the face of the earth over controlling the bird at the start, because it was just fighting me. Which direction am I facing? Oh, literally right here because I'm blind. Do we have any new weapons? I somehow doubt it, but I mean, ooh. What am I using right now? 182? That's good. That's really good. All right, I need Firestone. I don't know where to get that, but I need to find Firestone. These are also really good, but I don't like the negative affinity on them. Oh, we have access to this now. Nice. Yeah, I did configure the bird movement controls. Like, my biggest thing was not having any agency when controlling that bird. So, setting it to type 2, and more importantly, realizing that I have to manually disable auto run while I am on the bird, ended up making it much, much better. Because, like, type 1 with auto run by default being on is probably some of the least comfortable mount controls I have ever felt in a video game. Like, it was rough. New armor. I don't remember which of this I've already seen. Aha. Oh, boy. Oh, that's right. Puffy coat. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Looking like a mobile fighter out here. Yeah, that's what I was screaming. Like this feels like it shouldn't be the default. Feels like my hands are upside down. I love the swords on the hips exclusively for decoration. Bell-bottom bracers. I mean, some of this set kind of fucks, dude. I gotta be honest. Some of this set kind of fucks. You really do just be looking like... I mean, the more you put on, the more you start looking kind of like an AC. That is armored core, not air conditioner. But, like, some of this kind of fucks. I'm kind of on board with these pants. They're worse than what I have. At least as far as general defense goes, but... Ooh, Harambe clothes. Oh? Oh, this is gonna go so well with the twisting and spinning. Ew. Man. They really just said, how about Dynasty Warriors, huh? This is straight up Dynasty Warriors. That's how I play Elden Ring. Who needs armor if you can't hit me? Play the lightest build in the world in that game. Literal Dynasty Warrior set. That's that stuff. This is this stuff. Alright, so that's all the new stuff. Catman. Oh my god. Okay, but like... The combat skirt is adorable. First and foremost. The hat, fantastic. Like, it almost has me tempted to change out the Kitty Gaga. Yeah, no, the legs and, like, those gloves, those gauntlets, I fuck with. Those gauntlets will be great when I can dye them. Okay, but this kind of slaps, too. This kind of looks great on Cat. That is strong. But, like, goddamn the scythe. I really like the scythe. I do also kind of really fuck with this hat. It's a little ridiculous, but I love it. And it fits the robo so well. The next monkey is one of the best looking outfits. That is all you had to say. You know how I play Final Fantasy. By which to say, you know I play fashion fantasy. You know how I'm gonna play this game. And the fly swatter. Appearance is always how I make my characters. It is appearance first, functionality second. If I don't have a transmog, well, I ain't gonna run out there and mix match. I will run out there at 40% the stats I should be, but I'm gonna look fine while I get my ass kicked. There are two types of players: the ones who win with mixed matched gear, and the ones who get their ass beat while looking so good. My ass is down to get beat while looking so good. You could call it my specialty. Okay, I want to get, before I forget, what was the thing? I was fire something. Firestone. Where can I get a Firestone? Because I really, really want one of these. That is a very nice damage upgrade. I'm assuming it's going to be something I just have to find, but like... Yeah, Shelby was telling me that there is, basically, that there is a transmog and die system that you just have to unlock them. Which, that's enough for me. That's all I need to know. In the basin? I don't know what that means. I guess that's where I am. I don't want fast travel. Detailed map. I hit the wrong button. Oh, I need to figure out where around here I'm going to find those. I kind of want to guess over here, actually. No. Well, no, that's pit elevator. There's also down here that I do be forgetting about. Blast coal, you say? What was the icon for that thing? What was it, like yellow or something? Am I even gonna find this thing looking around like this? Am I wasting my time? Fire herb. Blast nut. I love blast nut. What does the thing look like? Okay. Orange rock. I didn't see nothing like that here. This just zoomed me back into where I was. Can I not look at... Can I not look at the map unless I warp there? Hang on. I'm just going to look up where to find this, because I don't know where to find this. I am not clicking on the game, thank you. Where? Area 467 13 16. All right, 16 seems reliable from what I'm seeing. I'm sorry, 16 who, where now? Where now? 16 what? Who? Never heard of her. Is it because I haven't gone to what area? Whatever area is 16? Or am I just dumb? On mine in area 13. Of the oil well. Okay. Hold on. Over here, I'm guessing? What do you mean, fixate? I don't know what you're talking about. Settings where? Oh, fucking this? Again, why is this on by default? The default settings in this are insane. Okay, no, so it's just... Alright, I don't want my map rotated. Stop doing it. Alright, so then where I'm looking for is the specific... Alright, the thing that I wasn't understanding, because nothing was saying it, is that it's dropped from a mining outcrop. So I need to go and find mining outcrops, not a rock that I'm just going to find somewhere. Oh my god. Yeah. Is that the new bot approach now? Hey, I totally know the way to get you to come in and buy view bots from my website. I'm going to come into your stream and I'm going to try and insult you. Like, okay. Be gone, bot. Fucking bots are stupid. Thank you. Thank God. Hate rotating that stuff. I really wish it wasn't like snapping that thing so aggressively on me, but that's a different problem. I wasn't paying attention. Did I get... I got one now. Gemma, I'm coming home. I went the wrong way, didn't I? Pop-up campsite. That's great. Can I have my map? Oh, sure didn't. You know, they say I'm something of a master at doing things by accident. I cannot fucking tell where I'm going in this place. Everything looks the same. Let me get them new blades. What do you mean I don't have the required equipment? What? Oh, I gotta make this first.
Mad minute, huh?
I what? Oh my god. Minor spelling mistake. I just saw people saying I admin or I admin it, and I'm like, what are you talking about? My hands move faster than my brain. The habit of work. Sort. Wow, that was English. Okay, hold on. Please, thank you. When I turn in a direction, I need to see feedback on that direction. That being said, ironically... Align angle with camera? No. Hold on. Ironically, I do want minimap rotating because that helps me get a proper sense of the direction I'm going in. Big map not rotating lets me get a proper sense of where the fuck everything is. Damn, bird, you slow. Bird unit, nice. Angry Forge. Are these the bears you were talking about? Oh, alright, I guess I focused on the one behind the one standing in front of me, not the one standing in front of me. Okay. 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 Alright. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright, that's not the direction I want to be going in. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. Let me get my stakes. Please. Please. Ow. Oh my god. Just getting thrown around like a beach ball. Okay. I love multi-fight. Oh my god. They switch aggro to me just to come over and hit me, and then they run back away after they've done their damage. Man. Oh, come on, man. I have so much difficulty visually identifying what most of the monsters in this game are doing most of the time. Like, I'm so used to Elden Ring where most of the attacks are very clearly hinted by a tell. And I don't get as much of that from this. Like, there seems to be a lot more situations of thing just shrugged in a direction and I'm getting smacked. Yeah, no, I can see they are, but it's like... At least from what I could tell, it doesn't, like, it seems less... It's not as easy to tell when, or like to identify when there's a tell for an upcoming attack. Or like identify what is a tell a lot of the time is the issue that I'm having. Which, to be fair, is also a problem in Elden Ring a lot of the time. But like, I get it a lot here. I get it most fights here. I also still do not understand how iframes work in this game. Aside from the fact that I've been told by someone I trust that there are iframes on my dodge, minus that, I don't think there are iframes on my dodge. Like, if I hadn't been told by someone whose judgment I trust and whose word I trust, I would not believe that there are iframes on my dodge. I would think that it is a dodge to move before it lands, not a dodge to move the attack as it's coming. Like that. I just keep getting fucking punched. Is there a way that I can make lock-on, like, keep my character, like, facing the direction of my target while I'm attacking? Because, like, I will so constantly be trying to attack and my character will go past the hitbox of the monster and then I'm just like over here swinging at nothing instead of it like actually directing my aim toward my focus target. Like, is there a way to fix that, stop that from doing what it's been doing to me? Oh my, every time I get near you I get punched and thrown 30 feet. Oh, give me that ass, boy. I want your tail. I'm sure I can get it. I want it. Give it to me. Come here. Hello? Oh, no, you don't. You punched me too many times to get away with it. I'll race you. Oh, alright. Not allowed on his back. Bird? Oh, alright. Oh, Olivia can go up there, but I can't. I see how it is. Why am I on the ground? What is happening to me? What is happening to me? Button. All right. Why am I, like, why is my health draining? Like, why am I just constantly bleeding to death? I would expect there to be, like, some sort of like icon or like indicator to tell me that I'm burning to death, though. From my POV, all I see is my health constantly going down and nothing to tell me why. Because, like, that has consistently been one of the most constant sore points as an unfamiliar player, is I do not feel like I am almost ever getting complete information. Like, there's a lot of cases where it feels like I'm getting partial information, or like can very easily tell that information is being left out. But like then the game will also act like it's not leaving that information, which causes a lot of confusion. Start ripping my door open back and forth. After a certain point, my cat decides that I'm not allowed to have any peace and quiet. At least I'm not fucking crazy. Because, like, there are some points where you start feeling fucking crazy. with the way that some things are shown and or not shown.
黒い炎が大火釜を焼き尽くした。子供の頃に。
All right.
さあ、全員の力の集めどころですね。
Think That's not what I wanted to do.
黒い炎は大火釜下方へと消えた。岩木田に下層方面に向かってみよう。
Yep. So it starts. I have a lot of stuff in my pockets. I was told I had cold drink. Why do I not have cold drink? Because I would like to not be constantly burning to death. Believe it or not, I do not like the effect of constantly having my health drained. Call it a wild statement, but I think most people don't. Yeah, that relies on that being a second nature mechanic, though, and it's definitely not. Yeah, can I help you? Alright, well, I guess it doesn't matter because I still don't have anything. Because I guess at none of these points did it supply me with the materials to do that. Am I even going the right way? Those are probably not the best time in the world to be upgrading to fire weapons, but you know, I put that one on the game. If I'm going to unlock an upgrade with fire affinity weapons and right before I go into a part in the story where I'm fighting presumably fire affinity things, then I'm going to put that one on them, not me. I also don't fully understand what it's telling me to do or where it's telling me to go. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, go now, go back out. Yeah, I don't understand where it's trying to get me to go. I'm really not a fan of when a game gives you... What do you... Yeah, no, I get that, like... But, like, where am I going? Like, this game has very, very repeatedly shown me that it will give me an objective marker to point me in the direction that I need to be going for an objective, and then it all of a sudden just rips it off. And it's like, all right, use context clues, go. And I hate that. I don't love when a game does that. I'm also looking for something, and I can't find it. That's what I'm looking for. Like, just in general. Like, not even a thing about specifically this game. Just in general. I don't I don't love that because they've built up an expectation and a reliance on that type of system, and then it's just suddenly gone. Am I... What? Am I losing my fucking mind, or does the thing that says elevator, or is the thing that says elevator moving me laterally and not up and down? Am I going crazy? Am I misunderstanding something here? Or is this moving me laterally and not doing what an elevator should do? Is it, did it do it this time? No. Am I the crazy one for thinking that an elevator would bring me layers down at that position? Am I the dumb one for thinking that? I'd like to point the finger at Capcom and say they're the dumb ones for not thinking that that's exactly what people are going to think that that is. But am I just stupid? This even what? Okay, that needs to stop. I was just gonna say, is it gonna be fucking fool me twice, shame on me if I fall for this one? Yeah, no, I know. I am intentionally not setting a waypoint. Not ever once did I press a button that said turn this on. That's getting... Game, you need to stop doing that. I've never signed up for you to automatically take away control from me like that. I'm also not rushing straight down in there because I'm getting the feeling this is what I'm here for. You know, something about the marker and all that tells me that's what I'm here for. And I know for a fact the moment I go and try and get involved in that, I'm gonna get interrupted by something. Because my cat is on full shithead mode. And is... So when the fuck can I pause the game? When am I allowed to pause the game? Because I can't sit and wait here. Because I'm just gonna burn to death. So I need to go all the way back to camp now because I have to step away for a minute or two. I mean, yeah, that's fine, but, like, I'm still gonna sit there and passively burn to death. Because right now, immediately, I need to change the cat box because I don't want to sit here and smell fresh cat shit. So give me a second. I need to do that because Jesus Christ, that is fucking foul. Oh my god. Yeah, hold on. Hopefully I should be fine. What are you doing over there? Hey, you, what are you doing? All right. Well, what has gotten into you today? You don't need to chew on my pants. Chew on your tail. There you go. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Let's try this again. Oh my god. With the goddamn auto. So this doesn't even have any connecting point. So I have to go all the way back around. Does it have a connecting point? I have no fucking idea. Mm-hmm. Let me just follow the trail through the wall. Okay. What do you mean, is my mic set up in a weird way? Wait, what? It shouldn't be doing that. That's not right. That's not right at all. Alright, I don't know, let me test real quick. Of course it kidnapped my mouse too long. Of course it kidnapped my mouse too long. I have no idea, I'm not... How is it distorting it? I have no idea, I'm not... How is it distorting it? Oh. Yeah, I know I'm burning. Not thrilled about it. So I don't like the overcomplication of pausing games. It shouldn't be doing that. Why is it doing that? Yeah, apparently I'm just going to sit and burn to death. It shouldn't be lowering the volume. I can see that it is, and I don't understand why it's doing that, but it shouldn't be. Because that would indicate some sort of ducking, but I don't have ducking on. Is that better? Maybe, I don't know, maybe that'll do something? Is voice chat on in the game? Because if so, how do I... Alright, oh, Jesus fucking Christ, man. Okay. I swear, if this thing keeps forcing auto run back on, it is driving me insane. What? Bro, someone needs to, like, get this fucking team together and have a nice, good conversation with them about reasonable default settings and how they do not understand the concept in the slightest. Who on earth wants online voice communication on by default in the game that goes out of its way to force you into a lobby with random fucking people? That is insane. That is fucking crazy to me. How do I turn this off? Okay, no, my in-game voice chat is not on. So then, no, I have no idea. I don't fucking know where I am. I don't know my way around this place. It's all so hazy, I can barely freaking tell anything apart. Windows settings? I mean, I went into OBS and I turned off Windows audio ducking in the event that that was doing something to it. Which, I do not know what fucking way to go. Easier said than done. You're gonna have to bear with me here. That's right, that disables that. Recording. Excuse you. That would be my default device. I mean, other than my system changing my Shure to not be my default mic or my default system device, which doesn't necessarily matter as far as OBS is concerned. That's the only thing that's really wrong. So, like, that aside, I have no idea. Unless... Hang on a second. Need to do it again, because if I open this up, it's going to scream information that I really don't want showing. So it's in here somewhere. This is... Yeah, I don't know. I can't find anything that says that it's doing it. So I'm not really sure. Oh my god. Why does opening and closing my map default auto run back on? Why is it so determined to not let me have direct control over my goddamn bird? Like, this is getting ridiculous. It's like it's finding any excuse it can to take away direct control. I'm sorry, fucking what? Seriously? Seriously? Because we weren't annoying me enough with the bird shit? We just had to crash on top of it? Hello? Oh, okay. Controls, please. I don't love that it forces that news open afterward. Is this one of these fucking kids where I'm gonna have to go and... Come here. For some reason, I can't do this through a menu. Why I can't do that from a menu, I will never understand. It won't guide me down there now. Man, you know. That's what I was trying to see, is did it actually... Nope, that didn't save a single thing that I just did. Lovely. No, not that way. So where in the hell am I even going?
つの痕跡だ。
No jump button, but I have to sprint to go off of some ledges. This looks like a miserable experience. This looks like I'm gonna get burned anytime I try and step on anything that's red. Is what it feels like. That's not what I want. That's also not what I want. Come here, little guy. Coming home with me. Yeah, I mean, autosaves in general would be nice. Okay. I'm gonna make a criticism here. I don't think every single monster needs a shriek that stuns me in place. I think every single thing I've fought so far has done it. And everything does it. Right back out. That's not what I want. Get. Okay, unnecessary. Come on, man. Gotta come leaping right at me. Oh, I was gonna say, do we get to carve the tentacle? I thought we had already cut one off, I guess not. Alright, thought we'd already cut another one off earlier. Oh, come on, that should have let me on his back. I went through him. Ow. Big ow. You could look at me less. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Was not letting me evade. Free arm? Is that the only other one we cut off over here? Oh boy, oh boy. Uh-huh. Hmm.
ジェマやみんななら問題ない。きっといい方向に進んでいる。さあ、戻ろう。
What am I holding? No idea.
最高の出来栄えだ。
I get the feeling you can't just eyeball that. Oil folk. Damn. What a title.
いやー、本当に世話になった。どうもありがとう。
全種族から最
お客じ。
我々はおさばそれ
これで
Man, I didn't want to press
出
that.
るな。
砂原の私たち。
I didn't. I swear to fucking God. Can't have crashed too hard. Working just fine. Can't have crashed too hard. Sense does this make? Oh, if I do, the game will crash. This is less of it telling me that the game has crashed and telling me that it's for whatever reason going to force close the game as soon as I close that window. Because that's what happened last time. The game was responsive. I hit close and my game shut down. So, we're just going to slide that over here. And we're going to treat it like an OBS crash window. The program's still going. I'm not going to pay attention to it. Okay, maybe there is a problem. There's definitely a problem. All right, well, new hope. And that's going to be that me saving didn't corrupt my fucking file. Because I'm going to be real, this is pissing me off. This is really pissing me off. What do you mean game already running? Thank you, Steam, for being over here. It's almost like I've told you that this is the main window, not the other one, and that you shouldn't be opening on the other one, but you won't listen to me. I mean, I said it at the start the other day, and I will say it again. Makes me all the more happy that I didn't have to spend any money on this game. Fantastic question. Probably, presumably, the most recent. GPU at 99%. I'm going to try something here with that, actually. The game runs beautifully on Ultra. I think I'm on Ultra. No, I'm on Custom, my mistake. Now you look how you should. Current version 25.6.1 is the version. Yeah, that's what I've got. I would throw it up. I'm just not entirely positive that it's not going to show anything I don't want being seen. Performance grade, optimal. I don't know what this means. And recommendations. All right, well that didn't do what I thought it would do. Is what a power. Sure. We'll click that and hope that it doesn't destroy everything. Game restart required. Motherfucking son of a bitch. Recommends bullshit like Bloom. Well. There's no unenable button. Yeah, whatever. Hyper RX. That's the thing, is like any of these things that's like it boosts your performance, like it always sounds like it's just the kind of thing that's going to heavily increase resource draw. And is like not the kind of thing I want. Well, I mean, this didn't change anything from what I can tell so far. Like, this is just all the default stuff. But, like, yeah, I never trust any of this shit. Ooh, boy, 95th percentile. Doesn't mean anything to me. Your recommendations are increase the graphics. They're not exactly groundbreaking. All right. Native AA. Okay, hi. So much for letting me scroll what I thought I was scrolling. Restart. It's gonna try and fuck my shit, and I'm gonna have to unfuck it. I will say, with the uptick in complex and advanced graphical settings, the amount of explanation for most, if not any of these these settings, I tend to find lacking. Theme? At least it hasn't cached shaders. This I was curious about. Honestly, I can't lie, that added sharpening actually does look nice. Yeah, like every single, like typically before, anytime I have opened this game, it always made me like run through the shaders. What do the FPS say? Hold up. Anytime I'm doing that, it's because I'm hitting my Windows key and I really don't want user information screaming up on screen. I will know in a minute because I'm getting a big NA. Jesus, mother of nutballs. Like 150. Whatever this did, this genuinely added like 40 to 60% frame rate increase. So like, I don't know. Control Shift O in game. Till my fucking game crashes. Then you're not getting a report. If you need me to fill that shit in, you're not getting a report. This is getting annoying. Okay, this is not fucking acceptable. Fucking bug crawling across my goddamn monitor. Be nice if it was the same one that fell into my PlayStation earlier, because a fucking bug fell into my PlayStation earlier. Fucking crawling on my cabinet. I tried to kill it and the fucking thing fell. Let's try this again. Run the game for more than 90 seconds. Challenge. Hard mode. Verifying what DLC? Living in the land of crashes over here. Please, Gemma, before they take me away again. I'm going to lower this, though, because that is quite a bit. Do a 50%? Does that update in real time? Is that updating in real time? I can't actually tell. It is. All right, we'll try that. Ooh. Fire hair? Ooh. Okay, we're not allowed to know. That's a secret. We don't get to know that. Tentacle cat? Fucking tentacle robo cat over here. Alright. Assuming there's nothing really worth looking for in here. Doesn't seem to be the case. Ooh. Blast affinity, you say? I don't want to talk to my guildmates. I need to talk to you.
まああれだな。あんたには手間をかけた。
自分に手間がかかったことに関しては問題ない。だが。
わかるさ、あんたの言いたいことは。でもな、悪いことをしたとは思っちゃないよ。
Modify the display's color reproduction? What? Oh my god. Who wants to play some old-timey Monster Hunter? We can play in black and white. Oh, wait, you guys can't see that. I can play in black and white. Also am moving that a little more. Man, it doesn't capture it. My game's in black and white. That means you guys also don't see the sharpness increase, which is unfortunate. It's Kitty Gaga. Alright, where are we going? The Windward Plains? You're not Rosso. That, like... Yep. Why do you have a marker? Why does your audio always seem to break? Okay. Eh. Oh. Secondary what? Oh, ew, no. As damage actions attack grants protection from did was these not just given to me? I mean, to be fair, I don't know what that means. But, like, from the sound of it, it's something I need to activate. So the chances of me doing that in the first place, not very high. What is this? Oh. Who are you? Oh. Yep. That's another reason why I probably wouldn't end up using him. The wheel, for me, feels overcomplicated, and cycling through my item bar to find one of those things doesn't feel like something I would ever go out of my way to do. I can see why people like the wheel. I do not like the wheel. It always feels like I can never find anything I'm looking for.
そして北条記これらが規則正しく繰り返されているんだ
法則を作っているのはおそらく大地の背骨を流れる未知のエネルギーで
それは
ユダ白の子もう今のところ鳥の体は
それにつ黒い
それか都合では
我々では
It's not even just that. Like, the fact that, like, the main thing is, like, the whole, like, the categorical separation and stuff. Oh, boy. Back on rails. Can't even demonstrate what I was talking about. Like, the whole, like, this thing with the D-pad, this fucks me up so bad. Like, if I could just have one total, like, one overall wheel that controlled this, or that I could pick from instead of having to sort it by different categories, it would be way more approachable for me. But it just is not. Okay, if I'm following Nada, then Nada needs to start moving. If his movement is based off of my movement, then he's following me, not the other way around. I swear to God. Dude. All right, I think I'm done. I'm not going to sit here and keep fighting this for the rest of the night. If it just wants to keep crashing, then it's just going to keep crashing. That's fucking aggravating. That's incredibly aggravating. I mean, I have to assume it's something specific that's causing it, and that it's not just a game issue. Like, I have to assume that it's something to do with fucking AMD. But, like, I don't know. To be fair, it crashed before all of that, so I have no idea. I'm just at the point where I'm tired of fighting the crash now. It also got rid of my on-screen chat. Okay. Bro, I don't understand what the fuck is going on here. The game crashing crashed my on-screen chat. So that's fun. I'm just done putting up with the crashing for the rest of the night. I keep sitting here slamming my head against fucking the game has crashed. So I am instead gonna go find something to eat is what I'm gonna do. After I find what I'm looking for, I can't find what I'm looking for. Where is it? It's in here. All right. I am gonna head out for the night. So have a good one. I mean, probably same schedule as usual tomorrow, unless anything changes. So yeah, have a good night.